For 20 years, one question has remained. What is fitness? Can it be measured by a stopwatch? A finish line? A single test repeated again and again? Or is it something greater, something broader, something harder to define? Because true fitness isn't mastered one task. It's the capacity to perform any task, at any time, under any demand. Fitness is strength. Fitness is endurance. Fitness is power, speed, accuracy, balance, coordination, agility, stamina. It is lifting when the weight gets heavy, swimming when the waters get rough, climbing when your grip is gone, riding when your legs are screaming, and performing when nobody knows what's coming next.
I'm serious. Backwards now.
Because the fittest aren't specialists. They are generalists of the highest order. Prepared for the unknown, ready for the unknowable. Tested across every domain, every energy system, every challenge imaginable. And every year, the test evolves. Now, the search continues, 20 years after it began. Back where it all belongs, in California. The world's best will gather once again, not to race, not to specialize, but to answer the same question that started it all. Who is the fittest on earth?
We are home. In 2007, a small group of devotees to a brand new fitness movement gathered at a dusty ranch in Aromas, California to figure out who was the fittest on earth. Nearly 20 years later, what started as a backyard barbecue has turned into an unstoppable fitness revolution that culminates in the worldwide competition we know as the CrossFit Games. Hi everybody and welcome to the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California, as we kick off the 20th CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Bella Martin is out there on the competition field, and Chase, I know for a long time you have wanted to see the 2007 CrossFit Games programmed again. Ask and ye shall receive.
And we certainly do. The 20th year is going to be a buy-in of the 2007 CrossFit Games. What determined the fittest man and woman on the planet will now be a buy-in to a 20-event CrossFit Games here starting off this weekend.
30 men, 30 women vying for the title of fittest on earth. Both fields are wide open for different reasons. Let's start on the men's side, where for the first time in Games history, we have 4 former champions in the field.
And a slew of athletes that could be champions themselves behind them. But James Sprague, Justin Medeiros, Jason Hopper, and Jeff Adler. That is your 4 kings here this weekend that took the title of the fittest on earth.
We have a jam-packed opening day of competition for the individuals on tap for you. Of course, we're going to kick things off here in just a couple of minutes with the first ever event programmed at the CrossFit Games. Now, I just want to throw this out there. Don't get married to the schedule like CrossFit. It could be constantly varied, depending on how long some of these events take. These start times may change just a little bit, but we will keep you posted on that throughout the day. But 7 total events will be contested today, and we start again with the 2007 Hopper event for the 3rd now at the Games. We're going to see just how much people have improved since the first time this was programmed.
Starting off with a 1,000-meter row buy-in, followed by 5 rounds, 25 pull-ups, 7 push jerks, 135 for the men, 85 for the women. And the time cap we have, Sean, is a minute faster than what some of the best times were for the men back in 2007.
Let's talk about the mission brief presented by Air National Guard for the task at hand for these athletes.
A couple things to think about here is that, hey, listen, if you've got a monostructural buy-in, do not fall into the trap, but do keep it close. Do not let the field get away from you, because 20 years later, 25 pull-ups and 7 push jerks for 5 rounds is a much different task at hand, but major in the minor movements. It's just chin over bar, 125 of them, and it's a push jerk that they are going to be required to do the movement as it standardly should. So listen, there is no room for no reps in this event.
Women up first, 2 heats of 15 athletes. We talked about why the men's field is wide open. The women's field is wide open for a different reason. For the first time since 2010, we do not have a former champion in the field.
Which is wild to think. I mean, think of all the athletes that have stood on top of the podium on the women's side that had such longevity in the field, and now your 8-time champ Tia-Clair Toomey is out, and it is wide open for the entire women's field.
Let's bring in the third member of our broadcast team. Bella Martin is out there on the competition field.
Sean, Chase, it feels so good to be back in California for the 20th anniversary. And this is the youngest average age the female field has ever had. There are 4 women that were born in 2007 or later. So they have not been born. They hadn't been doing CrossFit when this 2007 hopper was first done. They were just children when we saw it the second time. So I'm looking forward to see how these young athletes take on a very iconic workout for us. One of those athletes is Bergris Bjornsdottir. She's only 19, and she was born after this workout, and she's the only Icelandic female in the field. Now, that in itself is historic.
Listen, with youth comes a lot of chaos, I would say, in the women's field. But it's wild to think for the first time since 2010, as you said, that there's been no female champion in the field. We've got, 4 girls under 20 that weren't even born when the first event of the CrossFit Games kicked off. And this is just going to be, look, as you said, for the men, it's so stacked. For the women, it's so wide open. And to start things off in the same way we did 20 years ago, I could think of no better way to do it.
And this is going to have a very old school feel to it. We'll get into that in a second. There is Alex Gazan, and it's a minor miracle that she is actually competing here this year. Remember, last year she qualified for the CrossFit Games, but shortly after she did that, she got in a car accident that actually threatened her career.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like breaking a leg or anything like that and some type of way to get through it. And we've seen this in other sports as well, is that what you would think is a simple injury, not to say there's any injury that's actually simple, but the fallout of that was in question for quite some time. So it's really nice to see her back on the field. Has stood on the podium before as one of very few American women to do so, and she potentially has the ability to get back on the podium and win the CrossFit Games. So it's good to see her back in the competition.
Well, the fact that we have lane numbers, we're already more organized than we were in 2007.
Lane numbers and barriers.
We're going to kind of just go back and forth here. We have all gotten used to watching this sport that we progress down the floor. There's going to be a lot of back and forth here. There's only one A-frame pull-up bar. You can see that on the right side of your screen, and one barbell. They will complete this 1,000-meter row, and then it's the 5 rounds of the pull-ups. And as you mentioned, Chase, a push jerk. It cannot be a push press. There does have to be a re-dip underneath the barbell.
Yeah, which is going to be very interesting to see, because a lot of athletes, when you think 85 pounds for the women, only 7 reps. You're only doing 5 rounds of that. Yes, there's 25 pull-ups into that, but it's part of what we said at the start, is like you've got to major the minor movements, meaning you have to have a major focus on those little details, because at the level of all these athletes are at fitness-wise, is that there is no room for error. In 2007, if you think about that, 125 pull-ups for the women's side was a massive, massive undertaking. Only 2 women actually finished this event when it first debuted in 2007.
There is Haley Adams, who is trying to get back inside the top 10 of the CrossFit Games. Last year was the first time in her career as an individual or a teenager that she finished lower than 9th. She was 19th in 2025.
She's had a little bit of a roller coaster the last couple of years in terms of qualifying or not qualifying and just being in the right space and the right headspace to get back into competition. But when Haley Adams is at the CrossFit Games in her true form, she is a formidable force on the competition floor. It was almost like a guaranteed top 5 when she was in her prime.
Also, something that you may be noticing if you're watching this at home is that there is no music being played out there. That is on purpose. That is to get you back to the 2007 feel at Aromas when this event was first contested. There was no PA system or music playing in the background to entertain the fans or the athletes.
Love that they're having this old school start to the CrossFit Games this year. In fact, that was done on Dave's Ranch. This is at Morgan Hill. And, man, Ellie Turner, her comeback just to get back to the CrossFit Games is not unlike what we saw from Lucy Campbell last year after 2 years off for a wrist injury, except it's been longer for Ellie Turner. And the fact that she's qualified here, I am really excited to see this new, revamped, retooled version of Ellie Turner.
First appearance of the CrossFit Games is 2023. Her best career finish here was 18th. That was in 2022. And congratulations to her, recently engaged to her now fiance, who's also competing here, Justin Medeiros. And Ellie's judge's hand is in the air. We're going to have to rely on the judges to let us know when their respective athletes are closing out this initial 1,000-meter row.
Yeah, that hand will go up in the air in the last 100 meters of the 1,000-meter row. You'll see a lot of these athletes around that 4-minute mark or just under.
And Turner is off and now on her opening round of pull-ups. Lane 1, left side of your screen, that's Rachel Noel. Next to her in lane 2 is Hannah Black, and in lane 3 is Surya Meha. So just about all the athletes are onto this opening set of 25 pull-ups.
And this is where the game starts. 25 chin-over-bar pull-ups is nothing for a Games athlete. Even if you think 5 rounds of 25, coupled with 7 push jerks, but that's where the detail is that those 7 push jerks are going to go so fast. They're going to constantly be finding themselves back on the pull-up bar over and over, and that's compounding effect. And we say this a lot, the intensity is going to be the thing that's going to trick up these athletes towards the last 2 or 3 rounds.
Well, Ellie Turner looks to be the first woman done with that opening round. Surya Meha was close behind her down at the other end of the floor. So Turner on to now round 2 of 5 on her second set of 25 pull-ups. Down in lane 13, that's Haley Adams towards the front here.
Turner taking her first break on the right side of the screen, and a little break here and there is a good choice because, like I said, it's not the volume that's the problem. Yes, 125 is a lot for someone like me and you, Sean, but for these athletes, that's just a normal training day. As Ellie, looked like Ellie Turner, and that's the thing I said earlier, major in the mind. Like, you need to stay focused. You cannot just say, oh, it's only 85 pounds. I haven't push jerked this weight since I first started CrossFit. It doesn't matter. A no rep here just lost her lead to Haley Adams.
Adams and Turner now through their second rounds, and Aileen Wers was also towards the front. They're on the far end of the floor on the right side of the field here. Those are your leaders in lane 13, Haley Adams and Ellie Turner in lane 15. This is round 3 of 5 for them.
As Ellie taking a break, as is Garnis.
Just third round of 25, and Ellie Turner on the right side in that final lane in lane 15. Her cycle rate on pull-ups is so quick, and those margins are so small as just getting that chin over the bar, cycling through. But watch Ellie Turner cycle through these. But yet still, now she's fallen behind about 2 or 3 places.
Haley Adams in lane 13, Eileen Wers in lane 11. Now you're looking at lane 4 in the all-black. That's Matilda Garnis, who is towards the front as well. So it's tight here as we close out round 3 and move into round 4 of 5. Garnis towards the front.
So starting this 4th round, now we'll start to see not necessarily the compounding effect for the volume. Yes, they've done 75 chin over bar pull-ups at this point, but like it always is when it comes to the CrossFit Games, is that it's the intensity that is going to set these athletes apart at the last 2 rounds, because all of these guys are great at volume training. It's what they do all the time. But what you miss when you do volume training is intensity training. And if you're not used to that, that can really throw you for a loop in the last 2 rounds of this event.
Haley Adams continues to lead. This is her 4th set of push jerk. Matilda Garnis was in 2nd place, along with Ellie Turner. Now into the final round for Haley Adams.
25 pull-ups, 7 push jerks to finish off at 85 pounds. The best time we saw back in 2013 was from Val Vobril. That was the last time we did this the way it was, and her time was right around 9:30.
Ellie Turner's back on the pull-up bar for the 5th and final time on the right side of your screen in the all-pink. Haley Adams in the pink top, black shorts, left side, just hopping off again as she closes out her final set of 25 pull-ups. Then it's 7 final push jerks.
Now, Sean, we're saying, what are we going to see for these athletes since the last time we did this, which is 2013? And the best time was actually Josh Bridges at 8:33.
Here comes Adams on her final set. And Haley Adams is going to look to take the opening heat. She is done, and Adams is onto the finish mat in 8:26, unofficially. Turner and Garnis were vying for second place. Eileen Wurz is actually out there as well onto the finish line. She may have gotten ahead of Haley Adams. We'll have to wait for the official results. But Eileen Wurz and Haley Adams were fighting for first place. Both of them crossing the finish line close to each other. And now Ellie Turner is in at 8:55.
Yeah, looks like Wurz might have snuck in just ahead of Haley.
So less than 3 minutes to go. Is now in lane 7. Ella Wilkinson is in. Lane 9, that's Miley Wade coming across the finish line. So we are hearing that Eileen Wurz did take the heat just ahead of Haley Adams. That's Saria Mejo, who's towards the front early on. And now Erica Folo is across.
I said this at the top of the show, the 12-minute time cap for the women is 1 minute faster than the fastest male time in 2007. Just to see how far we've come in 20 years. And we were mentioning earlier, as Hannah Black is coming across the finish line, Sean, is that we're at an 8:25 top time for the first heat of the women's, is 7 seconds faster than the best men's time from 2013. Which is, it's wild. It's wild to think how far we've come, and that was what, 2013? Oh man, 13 years ago.
Yeah, we had the same conversation in 2013 about how much better the times would be.
Right. And back then, it's like only one athlete in 2013 did not beat the fastest time from 2007. But now that was gender to gender. Now we're talking about how far the women have come based off the men's best times.
Well, Heat 1 is done. Still waiting on the official time for Eileen Wurz, who looks to be your winner when we return. Heat 2 for the women on the opening day of the 2026 CrossFit Games. '26 CrossFit Games are underway, and the opening heat for the women in the opening event is in the books, and it is Aileen Wurz who has the top time unofficially of 8 minutes and 16 seconds. Glad you're with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Bella Martin out there on the competition floor, and we are through the first of 2 heats for the first event ever programmed at the CrossFit Games, the 2007 Hopper.
1,000-meter row buy-in, then 5 rounds for time. Or I could describe it how Dave did in the first one. 25 pull-ups, 7 push-jerks at 85 pounds. Oh, but wait, it's 5 rounds for time to get it done.
Let's talk about the mission brief.
Listen, we're splitting seconds. It's 20 years later, Sean. It's not just who's the best at pull-ups. It's who's the best at everything. So you got to keep it close on the row. You don't have to win it to win the event, but you do have to major in the minor movements, which means chin over bar pull-ups, pretty basic for a games athlete. 85-pound push-jerks, pretty basic. But do not leave reps on the table by moving poor and getting some no reps.
Second of 2 heats for the women, and as we mentioned at the top of the show, first time since 2010 that we do not have a former champion in the field, and plenty of women in this second heat have an opportunity to earn the gold medal for the first time here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. And we are underway with the 1,000-meter row. Again, it's Aileen Wurz who has the unofficial top time from heat 1 at 8:16. She edged out Haley Adams by 6 seconds.
Starting with that 1,000-meter row bind, you want to find a good pace. You need to get yourself out well. There's not going to be a ton of separation for your top athletes, even though it's wild to think of 5 rounds of 25 pull-ups and 7 push-ups, as you see Lucy Campbell, who, you know, we don't have any past champions in the field, but we have several women who have worn the white leader jerseys before, and Lucy Campbell is one of those women. She is one of the first and only women in the middle of competition, not event number 1, that has actually taken the leader jersey away from Tia Claire Toomey, and she did that in dramatic fashion last year in Albany. But Emma Lawson is also another athlete who has worn the leader jersey significantly during her last time here competing at the CrossFit Games.
Now, Lucy Campbell, we talked about Alex Guzan and heat 1 with an injury that may have suffered a career-ending injury courtesy of that car accident. Lucy Campbell struggled with that that wrist issue that, again, she didn't know if she's going to be able to compete with that ever.
Now, one of the events that she won in her last time competing prior to last year in 2022 was Jackie Pro. Well, what did Jackie Pro open up with? A 1,000-meter row. And not just any 1,000-meter row, a 1,000-meter row that had a time cap on it that you couldn't advance forward. So this is a great event to start the weekend off for Lucy Campbell, because last year she was here for house money. She was just happy to be here. Now she's got the weight of the world on her shoulder that she is potentially going to be the next Games champ. And that's who we're talking about earlier with Emma Lawson, who in the year which Tia was not there, which this is another year that it happened, she was going head-to-head with Laura Horvath all weekend long and looked like she was poised to win it. Now, much slower, steady pace for Emma Lawson if you think between her and what we just saw with Lucy Campbell. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's going slower. She could have a different damper setting. She'd be putting more into each stroke, where Lucy Campbell's cycle rate almost looked twice as fast as Emma Lawson's.
It wasn't that long ago when Danielle Brandon was making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games. That was in 2019. Now she has the most individual appearances at the Games in this field, and she's coming off a 4th place finish in 2025, someone who I think everybody is waiting to see unleash the full potential of what she has.
Her second 4th place finish at the CrossFit Games, and she got 4th, and she still had a 0 on one of the only 10 events that were at the Games last year. It's now 20. We've already seen there's a lot of single modality tests out there. There's a lot of skills on the table. And Danielle Brandon is probably the most volatile athlete in the field, meaning she can either win or she can implode. Well, if she could put it all together, she is by far the best athlete all around on the field. She has the potential, with the amount of opportunities that she's going to have this weekend, to put herself in not just a podium position, but she could win the CrossFit Games this year.
Lucy Campbell's judge's hand is in the air, meaning that she is inside 100 meters on this initial 1,000-meter row, and next to her, Ariel Lowen's judge's hand is in the air, and now more judge's hand up in the sky. As we will now move to the 5 rounds of the 25 pull-ups and the 7 push-jerks. Campbell's going to be there first in lane 6. Down in lane 2, left side of your screen, that's Amy Kringle, and on the right in lane 11, Miriam Von Rohr in the all pink.
Round 1, you're not going to see much separation. You'll probably see a lot of athletes opting to go unbroken on the first set of 25, even though we have 125 total pull-ups for the event. Lucy Campbell came off the row about 3:42 and went unbroken on her first set.
Campbell to the barbell for the first time, 7 push jerks. Now these have to be push jerks. They can't be push press or just simple shoulder to overhead. It has to be a push jerk in order for the rep to count. She gets through those quickly, and now Campbell into round 2.
And that's the toughest part. It's only 7, it's only 85, and it's not much of a break to go back to the pull-up bar.
Also down in lane 2 on the left side, Amy Kringle. She's back to the pull-up bar. In lane 1, Maddie Sturt is on to her second round, and now in lane 11, Miriam Von Rohr in the all pink on to her second set. The entire field now into the second round, and there is Miriam Von Rohr.
Now Von Rohr will take a break in this second set of 25, and I don't think Lucy Campbell has come down yet.
Von Rohr, 7th last year as a rookie at the CrossFit Games, has won the Open twice in her career, 24 and 2025. Emma Lawson next to her. Pardon me, that's Lucy McGonigal onto the barbell. Here are your top 3. On the right side, that's Lucy Campbell. On the left, it is Maddie Sturt and Amy Kringle. They're all trying to chase down the unofficial top time of 8 minutes and 16 seconds.
So like Lucy, for her first 2 rounds, went unbroken on the 25, and that was her first break, and it looks like that was a 15-10 break for Lucy in round 3.
Campbell and Sturt. Your top 2, Sturt on the left in the all red, Campbell on the right, and Sturt is about a half rep ahead of Campbell at this point. Sturt is done, Campbell is done, and now we're into round 4 of 5. 25 pull-ups, and then 7 push jerks. Campbell gets to work first. Sturt now up on the bar.
Maddie Sturt, who is now one of the most seasoned athletes in the women's field. I remember when she first came on the scene, she was one of the teenagers competing at the CrossFit Games like we have here this weekend.
Yeah, youngest individual at the 2016 and 2017 games. And now the grizzled veteran. Campbell with a break on the right side. Sturt is through, so Sturt widening her lead on Lucy Campbell. Campbell right behind Sturt, though, is Campbell rushing to the barbell to try to catch up with the woman from Australia.
She has one more round to go, right at the 7-minute mark, and Sturt, who had her best finish last year at the games, in 6th. And I think, look, Sturt might be another one of those athletes that's going to benefit from more events this year.
Amy Kringle in the pink top and black shorts is on to the barbell to close out round 4. And now Sturt continues to work on those pull-ups. She and Campbell both taking a break.
Ooh, Campbell up a little faster than Sturt, though.
Lucy Campbell likes to make some late pushes, might be doing it here, taking another break.
Ooh.
Sturt's judge's hand is in the air. Campbell back to work. 8:16 is the time to beat Maddie Sturt, looking to pick up her first career event win at the CrossFit Games.
Lucy's grip is gone. With 4 breaks in the last 25 pull-ups.
1 rep remains for Maddie Sturt, and she's going to pick up the victory at 100 points and to open up her competition.
And the first sub-8 we've ever seen in this event for both the men and the women.
Campbell is across. She will finish 2nd, as Wurz's time is now good enough for 3rd place in the event. Amy Kringle onto the barbell for the final time. Danielle Brandon is in. Down in lane 7, that's Ariel Lowen who just crossed the finish line.
Wow.
And now Kringle is across. Kringle was in the top 3, fell off there late.
That last 25, I mean, we saw Lucy 2 sets of unbroken, one break in the third one.
But in that career in lane 3.
That final set, she broke 4 times in that last 25.
And Paige Rogers in lane 5 as Greer is across the finish line. Rogers is through. And Olivia Kerstetter is the athlete still working in lane 4. Lucy McGonigal came across the finish line. McGonigal 11th in her first individual appearance at the CrossFit Games last year after a really successful teen career. But there is Maddie Sturt, who picks up her first career event win at the Games. Goes sub 8, 7 minutes, 58 seconds. Go back to 2007 and tell the athletes there that someone was going to do that workout on the women's side in that time, and no one would have believed you.
The winning time in 2007, only 2 women finished underneath the time cap, but the winning time was 16 minutes for the women, and that was Jolie Gentry at 16:22. Lucy Campbell started off fast. She came out of the gates hot. We knew she was going to do well based off her performance in Jackie Pro previously in 2022, but Maddie Sturt did not back down. In fact, she sped up. It was her ability to actually hang on to the pull-up bar in those later rounds to get her first CrossFit Games event win.
And then Lucy Campbell was able to lock up that second place finish. And Bella Martin is with your event winner, Maddie Sturt.
Maddie, you competed at your first CrossFit Games in 2016. That's 10 years ago. And today you just picked up your first ever CrossFit Games event win. Tell me about the emotions going through your mind right now.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit shocked right now. That's pretty crazy. It's cool. Yeah, I'm just excited. Like, I feel like this Games, everything that's being released and being sort of like outside stadiums and going back to the ranch is just super exciting, super cool, kind of throwing back to like those first few years that I competed. So yeah, I'm just excited.
You're one of the few athletes that has that first few years of CrossFit Games experience. What does it feel like being out here taking on the first ever CrossFit Games workout with no music? We're just in the dirt. It's just raw CrossFit.
Yeah, the no music was cool, but like on the rower, I was like, oh, there's no music, but yeah, I feel like once you sort of start the event, like you just sort of laser focus, and honestly, I don't even normally hear the music anyway. So yeah, it's just the same, like you're just in the comp, so you're just ready to go.
The last 2 seasons for you have been your best as you've been getting better as an athlete. What is it going to take for you this weekend? Day 1, we've had 7 events for you to have your best finish ever.
Yeah, just honestly trusting in all the training and the hard work that I've put in and everything that Shane and all the proven coaches have been saying to me. I feel like I've surprised myself every year, and now I'm starting to believe that I could be on the top and finish on the podium. So yeah, that's the goal this weekend, just give my best effort, and hopefully it puts me where I want to be.
You better believe it, Maddie. Great job.
Thank you.
Maddie Sturt, first career event win at the CrossFit Games, and picks up 100 points to open up her competition. When we return, the men take on the 2007 Hopper at the 2026 CrossFit Games. 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard continue as we open things up at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California, just miles away from where this thing all began at the Castro Family Ranch in Aromas, California. Glad you're with us on this Wednesday, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is out there on the competition field. We will hear from him here in a little bit. The opening event for the 2026 CrossFit Games, the 20th CrossFit Games, is the same as it was in 2007. It's the Hopper Mission Brief here.
Oof, man, hey, listen, these big boys better get ready to row. They got to keep it close. You don't want to blow yourself up too early, too soon, but you got to leave a little gas in the tank, and you got to major in the minor movements. Chin over bar seems simple, but it's 125 opportunities to get a no rep. Same thing, it is a push jerk mandatory, even though it's 135 pounds a day.
2 heats of 15 men. Pat Vellner back for the final time in his career. And then one defending champion. I take that back. It's just Pat Vellner that we're going to be talking about here in this opening heat. A guy who has been on the podium, has had a storied career, and now hanging it up. It's been a real pleasure to watch this guy compete.
10 years. This will be his 10th year competing at the CrossFit Games. Did not compete last year. And one of the biggest problems for Pat over his career at the CrossFit Games have been Event 1 blunders. 30-plus worst place finishes in Event 1, yet he always managed to climb his way back up, not into just the top 10, but in podium positions. But for today, starting off with the 2007 Hopper is a great opportunity for Pat Vellner to start on the right foot for maybe the first time in his Games career.
Not a lot that can really go off the rails for Pat Vellner in this event.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Pat Vellner a little too far. We've seen off the rails in different ways than just a run and a swim, but this is a good opportunity for Pat to start off in a good way.
He's finished second at the CrossFit Games 3 times in his career. He's been on the podium a total of 5 times. The oldest man in the field, and as I said, there was a former champion also in the field, and that is James Sprague, the 2024 CrossFit Games champion. He has a lot to prove here this weekend.
He does, and I feel like it's more, I don't even know if it's a self-imposed thing for James. It might be more of a outside media thing as far as what he needs to prove, because he proved everything he needed to back in 2024 when he won the CrossFit Games and became the fittest man on earth. And since then, he has done nothing but prove that he was this man. He's won Wadapalooza twice. He's podiumed at Road. This is one of the fittest men on earth, and he's a champion for a reason. And I'll tell you what, I like the haircut, Sean. It tells me he's ready for action this weekend.
Nick Matthew is also in this field. He's still looking for a top 10 finish at the CrossFit Games, making his 4th appearance here. His best finish was his rookie year. That was back in 2022 when he took 14th place, and it really kind of the moment for him was at the skill speed medley, if you remember that, when we did the crossovers. Yes. He was the guy that kind of figured that out and had his moment there at the Alliant Energy Center.
Well, we'll see how his triple unders are later in the weekend. But for Nick Matthew, this is an up and down day potentially for Nick Matthew, because he's known more as, like, yes, he's got those backyard skills that we saw with the double under and the press to handstand. That was in 2022. So those skills are in there. So we'll see if those skills come into play in the course of the weekend. But what he also has is he's got strength. His back squat numbers are some of the top in the game, and I'm curious to see how he does later today in the total.
Great to see Henrik Haapalainen back in the field. Suffered an Achilles injury back in 2024, kept him out of the games in 2025, making his 5th career appearance here at the CrossFit Games. His best finish was 14th in 2024.
Yeah, one of those athletes that just, every once in a while he comes out with an event like a top finish or an event finale win that we've seen at the regional level and here at the Games. But it's good to see him, how he's recovered since that injury, and see what he has left in the tank here this weekend.
And James Sprague is onto the pull-up bar first. Aniola Kai in lane 8 with his back to the camera. was next. And then in lane 6, Jay Crouch with no shirt on and the black shorts.
I'll tell you what, don't sleep on Jay Crouch in this event. I mean, look at the difference between him and James Sprague to his right is that it's length that is not going to be James's friend in this event, as Ty Jenkins, who is the youngest athlete in the field for the men at 20 years old. But James Sprague, again, it has to be some sort of push jerk, which means a dip and a re-dip underneath the bar.
James Sprague is through round 1. Jay Crouch is next to him in lane 6, and Anya Lakai on the right side of your screen. Those are your top 3 men right now in this opening heat.
Now, Jay Crouch is on the left side of your screen in the black shorts and no shirt. Maddie Sturt, his partner, just got her first CrossFit Games event win in her career, and she will be wearing the white leader jersey for event number 2. And last year, Jay in Albany Grip Chip put the leader jersey for the first time in his career. And so can we see a dynamic duo both wearing the leader jersey going to event 2?
The Crouch is now dead even with Sprague as the two of them work their way back to the pull-up bar to start round 3. Anya Lakai still is in 3rd place, with the battle for the top spot in this opening heat right in the middle of your screen between Jay Crouch, looking to pick up his 2nd event win at the CrossFit Games. Of course, we do have another heat after this.
And these seedings all came from quarterfinals this year, so some of the athletes that are in the first heat are only there. I mean, why is a past champ in the first heat? Well, you know, he didn't do as well in quarterfinals as he did. That we'll see in the second heat of 15. But Jay Crouch is starting to pull away. He's got that size and speed advantage in, I would say, in a range of motion advantage over James Sprague, who's still performing extremely well.
Jay Crouch now done with round 3, into round 4, starting to open up a lead ahead of James Sprague, who remains in 2nd place. The top time in this event from 2013 belongs to Josh Bridges at 8:33.8 seconds.
And we saw that get beat by a couple of women in the field previously to this. So I'm curious. We've seen one female athlete break the 8-minute hopper barrier so far. Will we see a couple of men do it as well?
Crouch now done with his 4th set of pull-ups onto the barbell again. His best finish at the CrossFit Games came last year, as you mentioned, Chase, when he had the leader's jersey. He finished 6th that year. He's been at the Games either on a team or as an individual every year since 2018.
And Jeremy Austin is dubbed in the Prince of the Pacific. One of those strong Australian athletes that has now been around for a long time. But Jay Crouch has the potential and the ability, as he's shown last year, to be one of those podium athletes. You don't wear the white leader jersey at the CrossFit Games on accident.
Crouch now with just 5 reps remaining on this set of pull-ups. And to the barbell now to close out round 4. Crouch, that was round 5, and he's in at 7:09. Chase and I were both sitting there looking at each other. Wait, is that round 5?
Is that?
Unreal for Jay Crouch.
Unbroken all the way through.
That's Callum Clemens in lane 4, who's moving ahead of James Sprague here for 2nd place in the heat. And Clemens is done, and he is in. Sprague is now going to take 3rd place in the heat. A great race between Sprague and Clemens there at the end, but Jay Crouch demolished this event. I mean, if you had told me someone was going to beat Josh Bridges back in 2013, 13 years from now, someone's going to beat this time by 90 seconds.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I guess the question wouldn't be like who is going to go sub-8 for the men, but who is not going to go sub-8 for the men.
Unbelievable effort from Jay Crouch. As you mentioned, I believe he went unbroken every time on the pull-up.
Every single time on the pull-up bar. He's one of the shorter athletes in the field, but he's so strong, he's so powerful, and he's so well-versed and well-rounded. I thought this was going to be a good event for him, but I didn't think that this is – obviously, hey, we still got another heat to go, so who knows what's left. But, man, 7:07? Are you kidding me?
More men starting to come across the finish line. And remember, as we mentioned with the women, there's no music out there on the field. It's
just labored breathing and barbells bouncing off the shoulders.
And that is on purpose. Dave Castro did that on purpose because he wanted this to feel as much like the 2007 setting at the ranch as he possibly could.
I love that this event for the people on site is actually going to be available for participants to do and sign up for all weekend long, so they'll be able to see where they stack up with these elite athletes here this weekend.
There's Benjamin Reyes on the right side of your screen. Quinn Robinson is on the left. There are 2 men left on the floor here. That 11-minute time cap is about 90 seconds away. Reyes is going to get in, no problem. And now Quinn Robinson shouldn't have trouble getting in inside the 11-minute time cap. But
I mean, just think about, obviously we're talking about the evolution of the times when it came to this event, but how about the evolution of the time cap? Time cap is 11 minutes. The fastest time for the men in 2007 was 13 minutes.
Jay Crouch right around 7 minutes to take the heat win. Again, we still have 1 heat to go, but he and Maddie Sturt looking to be the first couple to ever win
Hey, listen,
their respective opening events at the CrossFit Games.
We got 15 more guys to go, but 7:07. You're going to have to do something irresponsible on the rower if you want to beat that time. James Sprague led early, but not by much between him, Annual Akai on the right, and then Jay Crouch, who just continued to hang on to that pull-up bar as James Sprague had to take some breaks in those later couple rounds. But what, 7:07 unofficially? You know you're going fast, and we thought you were on your 4th round. Callum Clements coming out of lane number 4 to sneak in for 2nd overall in the heat. But James Sprague still, look, that is an incredible performance for James. The man is 6'2", 6'3", hanging tough with the 5'8"ers. Great performance for your 2024 CrossFit Games champ.
Jay Crouch looking to win an event from the opening heat. And as you said, someone's going to have to do something pretty reckless here in Heat 2. And we'll have it for you when we return to the 2026 CrossFit Games. Can anybody catch Jay Crouch? We shall see as the second and final heat of the opening event for the men at the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard is set to begin. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is out there on the competition field. The 2007 Hopper kicks things off. It is the very first event ever programmed at the CrossFit Games.
1,000-meter row buy-in, 5 rounds, 25 chin-over bar pull-ups, 7 mandatory push jerks at 135. And Sean, with this mission brief by Air National Guard, we said you had to keep it close on the row. Jay Crouch just turned this event into Jackie. And if you guys don't know Jackie, 1,000-meter row, 50 empty bar thrusters, 30 pull-ups. Now you're going to have to row hard. It used to just be a buy-in. Now it's a part of the event, but you got to major in the minor movements, meaning you're going to have to go unbroken on the chin over bar pull-ups, unbroken on the push-jerks with no reps if you want to catch Jay.
15 athletes in this second heat, and there are 3 former champions who are going to try and chase down Jay Crouch's unofficial best time of 7 minutes and 7 seconds.
10 seconds.
And not just former champions. We've got athletes that could be those champions. You see Jeff Adler won the CrossFit Games in 2023. Justin Medeiros, 2021, 2022. And he is not unfamiliar with events where you can't listen to music. He's one of the only athletes in the field, along with Jeff Adler, that competed in the 2020 Games here at Morgan Hill. And then you have your reigning and defending CrossFit Games champ, Jason Hopper, where when the pressure's off, athletes are free to perform. When you are the reigning fittest man on earth, the pressure is there and the pressure is real. But I have a feeling that Jason Hopper is one of those guys that is not too worried about something like that.
Jason Hopper, who debuted in 2021, kind of came out of nowhere to qualify for the CrossFit Games. If you remember, didn't even have his merch. People had white T-shirts with his name written on them in the crowd there in Knoxville. And here he is as the defending fittest man on earth. Justin Medeiros, of course, 2-time CrossFit Games champion. Won in 2021 and 2022, has yet to finish better than 7th since then.
Yeah, the question is, can Justin put it back together? Because when he came on the scene in 2020, which is, we were at Morgan Hill, which is where they are now. He was at the ranch, and it was just 5 athletes competing against each other in the games that year. Is that when he won in 21, we thought, hey, this could be the next dominant male athlete, not like Matt Fraser or Rich Froning. And then winning again in 22 almost solidified the fact that, oh, who can beat Justin Medeiros? Well, I think Justin Medeiros is only the person that can beat him. He just hasn't been the same since 22, and it's not because the field's gotten better. Yes, the field has gotten better, but he's shown flashes of his greatness over the years. But the question is, can he put it all together like he did in 21 and 22? Because if he does, he has a very good shot to not just be on the podium, but to win the games again.
Jeff Adler was the man who dethroned Justin Medeiros. And Adler is coming off an 8th place finish at the CrossFit Games last year.
Now, one reason to that is Jeff wasn't 100% healthy at the games last year, and he put himself into a deep physical hole after the run, row, run event. Getting the event win, he even said, was not worth the effort that he put out. I'm curious to see if he reels back the reins a little bit on event 1 of 20 here this weekend.
Serve your country and still be there for what matters most. College, family, career. Guard what matters in the Air National Guard. Learn more at goang.com.
Roman Karenikoff, who has one of the fastest listed 1,000-meter rows from that 2020 qualifying game season. And Sean, take it all the way back to 2007 between the men and the women, as these athletes will have about 100 meters left with a hand in the air. On the women's side, the top 3 women in the Hopper event were the top 3 women at the CrossFit Games last year. On the men, the top 4 were the top 4 in just a little bit different order. So this was almost a perfect event back in 2007 to decide who the fittest person was.
Roman Karenikoff got off the rower right around the same time as James Sprague. This is lanes 1, 2, and 3. From left to right, Victor Hoffer, Dallin Pepper, and Ben Fowler.
Dallin Pepper, again, one of those bigger athletes in the field. Farewells on the machine like we saw with James Sprague, but it's not necessarily his fitness that will be the limiting factor for him in this event, but it will be his size. 125 chin over pull-ups is a lot to make up on athletes smaller than him. But Jason Hopper on the right side in the mix with everybody else.
Hopper was to the barbell first, closing out his opening round. And now back for his second set of 25. The time to beat belongs to Jay Crouch at 7:07. We're less than 3 minutes away from that right now.
And the strategy to beat him is go unbroken or you will not beat him, because Jay went 5 for 5 on 25 sets of unbroken pull-ups. As you see, Dallin Pepper takes his first break, as well as Victor Hoffer and Jason Hopper. So, man, I don't want to call it too soon, Sean, but Jay Crouch's time looks pretty good because no one else is hanging on to that pull-up bar.
Well, Ricky Garrard in lane 5 got to the barbell first here in the second round. So Garrard looks to be your leader. He's on the left side, no shirt, just about to pass out of view there, hopping back up to the pull-up bar to start round number 3.
Ricky Garrard, training partners with Jay Crouch, fellow Australian. Ricky Garrard, we mentioned about there's 4 champs in the field, but Ricky Garrard is a man who, when he came back to competition after that 4-year ban from 2017, wore the leader jersey all the way up until the last day until Justin Medeiros took it away from him back in 2022.
And since then, Garrard has yet to finish lower than 7th for the second last year.
Took a break in that third set of 25 pull-ups, but this is what Ricky has been chasing his entire career back from competition. It's not third, he's done that. It's not second, he's done that too. He wants to win the CrossFit Games.
Meanwhile, down in lane number 10, Colton Mertens is starting to creep up. He's moved into third place here in the heat.
Do not sleep on Colton Mertens in an event like this. The man can hang on the pull-up bar for days and is one of the shortest athletes in the field. Along with his fitness level and just pure tenacity when it comes to competition, he could possibly take that 7:07 time away from Jay Crouch.
Guy Mayeros on the left. He is around behind the leaders right now.
He needs to make sure that he does that second redip underneath the bar for the push jerks. It's mandatory in this event. All these guys could strict press their way through this, but they have to do a push jerk.
The leaders here in round 4 of 5. Garrard to the barbell. Saxon Panchik and Colton Mertens on the right side of your screen have moved into second place behind Ricky Garrard. Garrard is now on to his 5th and final round. Jay Crouch is going to win the event at 7 minutes, 10 seconds.
7:10. Ricky hasn't even got back and started his 5th round yet.
Guy Mayeros.
But Guy's a whole round behind these guys.
He's in round number 4 right now as Guy, as the leaders
are
now on to round 5, and it's Colton Mertens on the right who has taken over the top spot, and Mertens is in at 7:17 unofficially. Garrard has slowed down significantly on the pull-up bar, and that allowed Colton Mertens to sneak in to get the heat win. Should be good enough for second place in the event. And there's Justin Medeiros, who is across. A great late charge from Justin Medeiros, and down in lane number 15, Moritz Fiebig just came across. Garrard is in. So that 5th round really slowing down Ricky Garrard.
Multiple breaks in that final round.
And now Krennikov is across. Down in lane 1, Victor Hoffer is done. Dallin Pepper looking to finish things off, along with Ben Fowler in lane 3. Guy Mayeros in lane 4. On to his 5th and final round. Here comes Fowler, and Guy is done. Colton Mertens with a late charge as Ricky Garrard slowed down in that 5th and final round. Mertens is going to take the heat. 7:17 unofficially.
Hey,
made it interesting.
Made it, and we talked about it at the top of the show when we're talking about the row. Who's going to be able to hang with Jay unbroken on the rig and the jerks? Colton Mertens obviously could be that guy. Where was the separator? The rower. The rower. Nobody wants to hear this, but when a buy-in used to be a buy-in, I was just chilling and waiting to start the workout once the 5-rounders start. When you're this fit and you're this good, it changes the way the event is programmed and attacked. And now that row matters. So Jason Hopper led a little early as Dallin Pepper, Ben Fowler, and Victor Hoffer all got to the rig together at nearly the same time. But it was Hopper that led early, a great 1,000-meter buy-in. But again, when you have a movement that's 125 chin-over bar pull-ups and 7 push jerks, being 6'2" isn't exactly an advantage in an event like this. But then Ricky Garrard took things over, going unbroken early on the rig, but then a very broken once he got into those last couple of rounds, and that opened the door wide open for Mr. Colton Mertens. With a great start to the weekend for him, and we know there's a couple events later today that he's going to do very well in.
Well, Mike Arsenault's with your event winner, Jay Crouch.
Jay, what a performance. You beat the time from 2007 by 6 minutes. You beat the time from 2013 by 90 seconds. You were the only man to go unbroken. How were you able to go unbroken throughout that entire event?
Man, I got to probably give a shout out to Frog Grips for that one, just sticking to the bar. But no, man, we've been doing this for so long, growing up in this sport. Pull-ups, you sort of don't see them anymore. You see chest bars and stuff like that. So to go back to pull-ups, it's just bread and butter.
Now, Maddie Sturt, your fiance, won event number 1 for the women. You're the first couple to ever win the same event at the CrossFit Games. What does it mean to both of you to have a partner who knows exactly what this is like, both in terms of preparation, but also being here during Games Week?
Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, I think naturally we just both, stick in our own lanes for the week, right? It's a pretty selfish week, and you got to focus on yourself to have the goals we have of being the best in the world. And we both just get it, work really well, and I feel like out of all the couples in the space, we do it the best.
Now, I found your wedding registry. You're getting married early December. And you said in the wedding registry you're not expecting any gifts from the guests attending. Both of you just won combined $3,000 for those event wins. So what are you going to spend that on as you approach your wedding here in 6 months?
Oh, man, I hope we can take home more than the 6,000. I hope we can take home 500 or 600,000. So, no. The goal, it would be a pretty special year to win the CrossFit Games and get married, So it's a big year, and we're just going to, save all our money, and that's why we're here.
Well, that would be quite the accomplishment. Step 1 checked off. Jay, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jay Crouch picks up the event win, 100 points. As we will move south. Event 2 at the Ranch, coming up at 11:05 Pacific time. The 2026 CrossFit Games is presented by Air National Guard. Guard what matters. By Rogue. Don't weaken. Official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Velites. We are Velites, and we are made, not born. And by Sattva, the luxury of restorative sleep.
It's like when they mic up the players for games.
Yeah, perfect.
And then you're worried about what they're going to say.
All right, have a good game.
Hi, I'm Jillian. I'm a middle school teacher, and I've been doing CrossFit for a whole 5 months now. Oh, God. No, I love it. They're so fast. I hate this stupid thing. Every time. I definitely spoke to that one guy thinking it was Nate's uncle, and it's not him, and I feel real stupid. I have friends that have been into CrossFit for many years and have been trying to get me to show up, to which I said, no thank you to your cult. But then I was a little more open to it, and I started Googling places that were around me, and I found the gym here, CrossFit Tantrum, and I was like, I'll give it a try, I guess. Then it turns out it is actually pretty great. Is that functional fitness?
All right. Pay attention real quick.
What's up, Lance?
My name's Chris Elson. I'm co-owner of CrossFit Tantrum. We've been affiliated since 2014, so going on 12 years.
Chris, the owner, is very welcoming. Maybe he just didn't want to scare me the first time, which is a legit business practice.
My job as an owner and our coach's job is to get that person to come back. You can't get any fitter, you can't accomplish your goals, whether they're physical or mental, if you don't want to come back.
There weren't expectations put upon me. It was basically like, oh, you're here to get a good workout? Like, yeah, that's the point. So they got me. They got me. And then I just kept coming back. It's like talking to a Norse giant. It's bullshit. Yet he still manages to sneak up behind me, and I'm like, fuck. I always surrounded myself with very funny people. I would not say that my default was funny. Well, as a kid, I was very attention-seeking. I will say that. Oh, I'd love a side-by-side comparison. Claire, thank you. That's what I...
Interacting with Jillian is fun and funny. You know, you guys know her sense of humor. And she kind of has that here as well.
Patty gave it to me, and she was using it as a tree topper, and it's because I still don't have a shirt for the gym. So this is my way of representing. I surrounded myself with the theater kids growing up. I didn't really want to be on the stage, but I always did stage crew. So then I was always around very funny people. Almost next, right? See, I have to pretend like I'm gonna do it right away, you know what I mean?
All right, you're good.
And I naturally steal mannerisms. So really, truthfully, I don't feel like any of my humor is my own. I feel like it has naturally evolved from people around me, and then I just absorb it. Ugh, so fun, thanks.
Hey, we need this camera. That keeps you honest. I like that.
I hate it.
Good reps, good reps, good reps.
She makes us laugh and you know, kind of gives our banter back, which we like. We like to have some banter with our members, and Jillian's really good at that.
That's so kind of you to say. Disclaimer, I did go on a field trip today where we went roller skating. The kids wanted me to skate. And I said, bad ankles, very top heavy. It's not gonna go well. But then I did it because I'm a pushover.
It all started with teacher videos. Just ways that I thought I could bring humor because teaching is stressful. And I got kind of a following of a lot of new teachers.
This is my third time going, and I think fun. I think it's so great that it's fun for you.
Anytime that I do anything new in my life, it's not that I think in my head oh, could that be content? But I knew that it might be a motivation for me, that if I knew the workouts were gonna break me down a little bit. So I thought, if I just make a video after that makes me laugh, maybe that'll be a good routine and just something silly, goofy to put out there and kind of motivate me to keep going.
My CrossFit video got a little bit of traction, and I just want to say that I knew what I was getting into.
And so I made a couple of those videos, and you just hashtag CrossFit, and I'm like, that's so funny. I'm sure people want to watch that. And they did. People love to watch you laugh about your suffering. They resonate with it.
I'm sitting at home with my wife, and I'm like, this is that girl that just joined the gym. She may have been a week in, and I saw one of her videos, and it was hilarious.
I want to talk about walking lunges, okay? I feel like I'm Monty Python, Ministry of Funny Walks. What are we doing?
As the weeks go by, my members starting to pick up on her algorithm as well. And her videos kind of grew in popularity, and I would see our members commenting on them. It kind of pulled Jillian into the fold with all the rest of the members, and her comedy and her outlook on on her fitness journey, which I think is great. I would read the comments and I'm like, this is fantastic.
It made me realize there were more people like me doing CrossFit than I thought. Because people were commenting, they're like, I also hate this, or like, I also have to do this scaled. And I was like, oh, so actually, there's more of us out there.
I'm gonna do some visits, but how many giggles do you think they're gonna be? Okay, I'm gonna be asked to do 25 sit-ups. I'm gonna make sad noises, and I'm probably gonna do 15. So like, what?
You know, I think it's part of the reason that I've stuck with it and that I keep making videos, because I want other people that, you know, may not necessarily think they fit what kind of mold CrossFit is. It's like, no, you can actually just show up.
She's been getting better every week at this.
I'm trying.
Keep it up.
Thanks.
Let's go.
I think she maybe met her match when she came in, and you know, she'd throw a little tantrum or a little bit of sass around, and you know, we just meet her with that same energy and kind of just say like, yeah, that's great, keep working hard. Like, oh, and I can't hear you, you've got more wall balls to do.
Nice.
5 seems like a lot, I think. My coaches are they're always good about meeting me where I am. But I'm like, there's no reason for me to not come back. Because it's not like if I showed up here and didn't do a move a certain way, I'd be shamed for it. Because shame has never been a motivator for me. I came here because I know that I want to be stronger, that the worth that I have as a person is, you know, that because I've learned to now love my body, I want that body to be stronger for the sake of the fact that I love it. I'm so happy for you. I don't know that there was ever a time in my life that I was okay with my body. You know, I come from a family that, you know, genetically, like a lot of the women like have gotten bigger as they've got older. And that kind of like happened with me. And then in grad school, I tried Weight Watchers, which is where the first time I learned the phrase, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Love that. I was getting compliments all the time, and people were so nice to me and people were engaging with me more, but I was essentially starving myself. I mean, I was living off of Fiber One cereal and Dannon Light and Fit strawberry yogurt. Like, that's what I was eating because it was so low in points, and I wasn't healthy. Like, nothing about that was healthy. I finally met with a nutritionist. I learned about intuitive eating. I read the book Body Kindness, and it was basically like, the phrase from the Body Kindness book is, you can't hate yourself healthy. So I finally, like, it was like a dam broke, and I was like, I don't have to, like, shame and guilt doesn't have to be, like, play a part. So when I came here and it was like, you know, the phrase functional fitness gets thrown out, but it's like, oh yeah, what can my body do? And can I get my body to do more things? And that's another reason why I think this works so well for me and resonated with me, because, I don't know, I'm not a before and after picture. Like, I'm just me then and me now. And me then was doing good things. Like, she was also doing her best and she was working hard. I'm just working hard in different ways now. And, you know, I'm just trying to keep that path going. We have a turkey-thon every year, which is a fundraiser for our county's United Way. You know, middle school kids love to see you suffer, and I say that with so much love in my heart. That's just where they are developmentally. So we thought it would be fun if we did like a donation drive with me as the turkey doing different exercises. And I did, I was up there, it was only 20 minutes. Now some of the kids were yelling out like, do a backflip. I'm like, you need to get your expectations in line. I was running around doing stuff, and even after the time, I was like, this would have killed me a year ago. Like, there's no way I would have done any of this.
My classroom being on the 3rd floor has always been real fun for me, but now I can actually do without dying, so you can come with me right now.
My classroom is on the 3rd floor of my building, and they do not just hand out those elevator keys to anyone. You have to have a medical note.
By the 1st floor, I'm like heavy breathing, you know, it's really giving an ASMR vibe. We love that.
So I take the stairs every time, and they're like, it's like nothing to me now.
Sometimes I imagine myself climbing a mountain and that they could find my body there and use it as a landmark for others.
So that's been like a daily thing that I'm like, oh, this is really nice that I'm not I'm not gonna lie, I'm still breathing pretty heavy when I get up there.
There were times where I've also just had to take breaks. I can't make it the whole way. But look at me, queen of my domain.
From what I've gotten, like the coaches, like they meet you where you are. So if they have to scale something, they'll do it. People just seem to be amped up that you want to get stronger. And because everyone has that same goal, there's not really this kind of like, I don't know, they just seem to get very excited for anything that you want to do.
It takes a little bit of courage to walk into a CrossFit gym for some people. I think my message to them was, you don't need to be anything. There doesn't need to be a pause in between you and starting CrossFit. You don't have to get in shape. You don't have to be, mentally ready or physically ready. If you go into the right gym, they'll be able to assess where you are, and CrossFit can meet you right there.
Oh, that's it, yeah. I mean, obviously try out a gym first. I can't speak for every affiliate that's out there, but the vibe just seems to be, like we're excited you're here.
I think one person being open about their experience helps the rest of everybody share a little bit more about what they're trying to accomplish or what they're struggling with and things like that. So net positive of Jillian being on the internet and people engaging with her and her engaging with our community is definitely good.
Fittest in 100 words.
Eat meat and vegetables, nuts and seeds, some fruit, little starch, and no sugar.
Maintenez les apports à un niveau qui fournit l'énergie nécessaire à l'activité physique sans entretenir la masse grasse.
주요 리프팅 동작을 연습하고 훈련합니다.
Clean, squat, presses, clean and jerk, and snatch.
Similarly, master the basics of gymnastics.
Pull-ups, dips, subidas a la cuerda, push-ups, sit-ups, presses to handstand, piruetas, volteretas, splits, y planchas.
Bike, run, swim, row, etc. 5 to 6 times a week, hard and fast.
Mix these elements in as many
combinations and patterns as creativity will allow.
Routine is defined.
ワークアウトは短く、高い運動強度で。
Aprenda e pratique novos esportes regularmente.
So I was asked if I would take a level 1 instructional class for CrossFit. And if I passed the test, I could technically coach.
I'm Jillian, and I'm from CrossFit Tantrum, and I'm here taking my level 1. I'm not supposed to look at you, right? Okay. I was like, that was deep eye contact I gave you.
Oh, nice. Hello. Can I say, what does that shirt mean?
Oh, it's from Eaton Park.
Park?
It's like a Pittsburgh-based restaurant.
I like Sheets.
Yeah. No, that's a good connector. Good connector.
I'm taking the level 1 so that I can learn more.
I also realized I didn't pack any regular clothes, only gym clothes for the class. Okay.
I've been doing CrossFit since August, and I don't actually know that much about it. I mean, historically, or even why we do the movements that we do. I just knew that some of them I enjoyed and some of them I hated.
I drove here 3.5 hours, so.
Sorry, she's the celebrity.
I know she is. Okay, I know she is. It's a little much.
So I thought, might as well learn the science behind it. I'm a science teacher. I figured some of it would probably be relevant to what I teach. And, I'm always willing to learn, constant student. And I was like, oh, I can sit down and take notes. I love that vibe.
You know you're going to get called out in every breakout, right?
Can't wait. I'm going to hit myself with a PVC pipe.
Because what you guys know, what I told you earlier, was that we actually measure output. We want measurable, observable, repeatable data. And so what we realized was we needed that to determine what it is that we're trying to achieve with fitness.
The part of the level 1 that resonated with me the most was the 10 aspects of fitness, the 10 different physical adaptations. Because when I was looking into CrossFit, I wanted a way to be everything I could be for my community. I wanted to check off as many boxes as I could. If someone needed a certain kind of help, I wanted to be able to do that to the best of my ability. I've been trying to help out at my local food bank. Food insecurity is something that I really care about. So it was literally the lifting of boxes, like getting on a pallet and moving things. We packed a lot of boxes for senior citizens in our area. So the fact that CrossFit covers so many different aspects of fitness, that really appealed to me, and it just validated my reason for starting.
Oh, I just also hate this movement. I actually meant it for everything.
During the front squats today, I actually did at one point think I was going to start crying.
2 inches. Yeah, drive those knees out hard, Paul. There you go. 2 inches. There you go. Elbows up, elbows up.
But I had a childhood fear of things happening with my neck. So anytime that bar is near my neck, it's horrifying. So using the pipes, and they're saying do this and get your elbows up, that was nightmare fuel for me.
Stand.
What did I do? I hate being up front. I don't know what's happening behind me.
But I powered through. Everyone's always so nice about it. They're like, it's okay. But to everyone who keeps saying I'm gonna learn to love them, I don't think so. But you can also do things you hate sometimes.
3, 2, 1, go!
I've always struggled with not being good at something right away, which meant that I would shut down very quickly, which is not a super healthy way to be. It doesn't really help you grow as a person, working on it. So it is hard for me. There are movements in CrossFit that I still, after like 2 months now, it's still a real struggle for me. And I know, I can even feel in the moment that I'm doing it wrong, which in part is improvement because I'm aware of what I need to correct. But then there's the frustration of that I'm not correcting it. Sometimes it also, so many of the movements include so much of the body that it's almost like my brain just like forgets that it's one movement, and I'm like, dip, 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 dip. So, I'm trying to be gentle with myself. My goal is always to keep going to the gym, so I can only be so hard on myself because I want to keep going. So I give myself a lot of grace. Probably, I think I'm gonna feel it the most in my legs tomorrow. I think let's be honest, insane amount of squatting that I did today.
Just to give a little update, I am so alive.
Is probably more than I have done in, I don't know, an entire week. So I think that's probably where I'll feel it the most.
Guys, I was dying. I was in the throes of death in front of just a wide audience.
So I think there's probably some muscles that I used today that probably haven't seen the light of day in a while. And they'll let me know about it tomorrow.
I didn't know you were getting in with me. Oh my God. Mike.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's full of garbage.
But now we have to the behind the scenes of what all your car videos
Are you
look
filming
like.
right now?
I'm not going to put it in, but I am filming it, just in case.
Oh my God.
I don't have to put this in.
No, it's fine.
Oh, you want me to put this in?
It really does. There's nothing that,
Nothing's off limits.
Not really. Hey. A lot of it's been interesting, like as a science teacher, it does not know where I am right now. I was gluten-free for an entire year before I even started CrossFit because I had this test done where they plucked out my hair follicles and tested them to see what my body couldn't digest. And I kind of went on an elimination diet of a lot of things. And the one thing I still eliminate is gluten because that has made the most significant difference in my life. I didn't know that people could just have a normal working digestive system. I thought the pain that I had on a regular basis, like that's just how life is. Turns out, you don't have to live like that. And I didn't know that. It was very validating for me.
Oh, you missed the turn.
Dang it. What? No, I didn't.
We gotta turn left here.
Oh. Like, I love the group aspect of CrossFit, but then when we have to do partners and like they have to wait for me to finish, like I don't like that scenario. Like, pick your partner. I'm always like, I'll just jump off a cliff. How about that? Part of my science curriculum is teaching about fats, proteins, carbs, and what the body breaks them down to and how we absorb it. So I liked seeing that connection. I do appreciate the fact that the nutrition is also shown as a scaled approach, that you have to meet people where they are. Because if I had been hit hard with nutritional info when I first joined CrossFit, I wouldn't have gone. I also, as attention seeking as I am, I don't like people looking at me when I do the workouts. I know it's supposed to be the coach's job. Like, that's the whole point.
They just want you moving better.
Yeah, oh no, it's legit. None of that is invalid. Like, it's what they're doing is completely valid. I just have a lot of hang-ups myself. I did Weight Watchers for a good chunk of my life in like grad school, and I lost a significant amount of weight. But what I was eating was not what I would call really fuel for anything. I was living off of yogurt and Fiber One cereal. Very low in points, but it turns out when you just have that, it's not great for you. Anytime that I try to mentally forbid myself from a food, then my binge behaviors start to come back. So I've had to pull away from forbidding things and focus more on adding other things, which she did mention in the course too, which I liked. Sometimes just adding it in, you naturally decrease some others. So it's really just everything has to be, and for my own brain, formed as a positive that I'm adding to my life and not taking away.
With my level 1, I think what it would change is maybe how I express to people about CrossFit in terms of if there's someone who I think would want to try. Because I think through today's lectures and learning, I had some misconceptions of my own. But I think in terms of trying to maybe make people feel more comfortable about trying it, I feel like I have a better understanding of especially the purpose of CrossFit. I would say that CrossFit transitioning to me just having kind of a good time, I think has already happened. I think after the first month, it became such a part of my routine, and the people that I went there with, I just enjoyed seeing them and talking to them and getting stronger beside them in our little parallel play. And seeing the transitional effects into the rest of my life with the stamina that I have to do things and the endurance that I have to do things. So I feel like I'm kind of already there.
And go.
I mean, overall it was a lot of information to take in, but it was really well organized, kind of broken up into sections that really made sense. Kind of like how CrossFit workouts are anyway, so it kind of matched that vibe.
I would love to hopefully see myself in a year still going the same amount that I do. Even just to show that I can keep a pattern going, that I can keep a habit going like that, that would feel really good to me.
In terms of, the physicality of it, I think that the coaches that I had did a really nice job in terms of form. I think the instruction also including so many non-examples, I recognized myself in many of them, which I loved for them and for me. It just really kind of helped me pinpoint things in regards to that.
Yeah, ooh, okay. There we go.
I'd like to see how it could potentially help with my anxiety. I did start it in the summer, which is usually a less anxious time for me, but now it's the school year, so it's been kind of interesting for me to intermingle it and have a routine like this that could potentially help with my anxiety overall. I just hope that I am able to see those performance goals, things that I couldn't do before that I can do, whether that's physical or mental. And also, I kind of preemptively am just wanting to be proud of how I stuck with it, which may seem so simple, but that would be super cool if it's something that I stay with, and then I'll see the fruits of that labor.
The birthplace of the CrossFit Games, the Castro Family Ranch in Aromas, California. It is the site for the second event of the 2026 CrossFit Games, and for the 5th time in Games history, we're going to have a nice little run on the terrain there. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is out there at the ranch in Aromas. Event number 1 was earlier today, north on 101 up in Morgan Hill. Lucy Campbell started out with the lead in the 2007 Hopper event, but it was Maddie Sturt who stole the show.
Maddie was able to hang on to the pull-ups late in the rounds of 4 and 5, which got her first event win in her CrossFit Games career, dating all the way back to 2016.
100 points for Maddie Sturt, as Lucy Campbell came in just after Sturt. Overall standings for the women after one event: Lucy Campbell with 96 points, is 4 back of Sturt. Aileen Wurz is in 3rd place, followed by Haley Adams and Danielle Brandon. On the men's side, Jay Crouch gave us the Sattva sleeper moment of the day. Went so fast we actually miscounted his rounds.
When you're finishing right around the 7-minute mark, we thought there was no way, because we figured someone might break 8. How about someone almost breaking 7, and that someone being Jay Crouch, getting his 2nd event win at the CrossFit Games ever, and the 2nd time he gets to don the leader jersey in his career.
The prior fastest competitive time in that event belonged to Josh Bridges at 8:33, and Crouch demolished it, picks up 100 points. Colton Mertens in heat number 2 winds up in 2nd place, followed by Saxon Panchik, Callan Clemens, and then former 2-time champion Justin Medeiros rounding out the top 5. A much different challenge in event 2. It's the Ranch 7200.
We got 4 laps, and how it's going to go is they're going to go 2 laps one direction, 2 laps the other direction. And as Dave said earlier, is that we keep calling a trail run. He's like, there is no trail. They're just running the ranch as best they can over the course of 7,200 meters. And as you said earlier, Sean, the 5th time we've gone some distance out here in the hills of Aromas.
A pretty simple challenge here. So what is the mission brief for this one, Captain Rogers?
Well, the thing I love about laps is that it gives you some information that you can use as the event goes on. So learn from the first lap as you get into this and just get a feel for the terrain, the dust. It's rained a little bit, so things have changed since you've been out here. And then make some moves out of sight. Those blind turns, the up and down hills are great chances for you to extend leads or catch athletes out here on the run.
The athletes will be sporting some wearable tech that will help us cover this event. And for more on that, we go from Captain America to Captain Canada, Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Sean. Yeah, it's not just cameras. We'll be tracking these athletes with wearable technology, Blackcomb, which is used by military leadership to track where soldiers are in the field of battle, and also some health physiological attributes of those soldiers as well. So all the athletes are fitted with one of these alphas from Blackcomb, and if you follow the QR code, if you click the QR code on your screen, you'll be able to follow the athletes and their position throughout the entirety of this ranch run. I use run in quotation marks with the incline that we're going to see here, incline and decline. We'll see some walking and maybe even some bear crawls from these athletes throughout event number 2.
Thank you, Mike. And you can see the athletes are set for a mass start here. And we'll get into that terrain as we move throughout the course. And Blackcomb has really provided us with a great opportunity to give you some fantastic perspective on how this race is going to play out here.
Oh, we're definitely going to need it, but it's going to be some interesting starts. Look at this mass start, mass collective for the race. And that might be the first time in CrossFit Games history everybody started at a mellow pace.
If you've never been out to the ranch, and I know you've been there, I've been there numerous times, the picture that you're seeing does not really do justice to the terrain and the inclines that these athletes are going to face.
There's no video, there's no picture, there's been no POV cam from a person that can describe the steepness and the how tough the terrain is out here on Dave's Ranch in Aromas, California. And they're starting off pretty smooth. This isn't really where the tough part gets, but as they make this right turn, and as we said earlier, there's really not going to be any trails. There's going to be a lot of spotters out there with flags that athletes will run to the next one. But once they start getting in those hills, that is when this gets real in a very, very quick way.
Really the goal is, as Chase said, get to the flags, and there will be a little bit of a choose-your-own-adventure element to this as you get to the more challenging terrain. You might have to go, quote-unquote, off-trail a little bit here just to navigate your way through some very tricky terrain. Now, as you mentioned, Chase, it has been raining out there, so that will help. There's a lot of loose sand out there that might require you to traverse on all fours or possibly on your backside down a hill. $60,000 won't improve your Fran time, but hey, it's still pretty nice. You can earn up to $60,000 in bonuses when you join Air National Guard. You can learn more at goang.com.
You start to see a little breakaway pack. Again, they're going to do 2 laps in one direction and then 2 in the other direction. The last time we had a ranch trail run was in 2020, where Dave Castro, where it was basically Justin Medeiros and Matt Fraser going head-to-head in the hills of Aromas. And then come to find out that there was a surprise waiting for the finish line where they had to say, go back the other which way you came, which I think we all remember Matt's reaction to that.
He was very pleased with that.
He was not. He's like, hey, you're number one, but not in which way we'd like to. And this is where it starts to get fun. Of course, I can say fun from a broadcast booth, not in the hills here underneath the trees. But this is what we mean by there's really no active trail. It's just moving in a certain direction. These athletes, unless they have competed here in those 5 times that we've had a ranch run, which really only a handful back in 2016 did, only Justin Medeiros and Jeff Adler did in 2020. I believe Saxon had tested this in 2020, but there is not a lot of people that have been out here before. And it, like you said, Sean, it is a different monster once you actually see the significance of the inclines, declines, and terrain that these athletes are going to have to navigate over the course of these 7,200 meters.
The top 3 for the men on your screen right now are Ricky Garrard, Jason Hopper, and James Sprague.
Now, back in 2020, if you guys remember that Justin Medeiros and Matt Fraser were head-to-head the entire way, and it took over an hour for them to accomplish this. So you think, Justin was a really good runner back in the 2021, 2022 days, but a couple of foot injuries have derailed that a little bit. That we talked earlier this morning about Justin trying to get back into true form from his championship years, and part of that is his ability to do these more longer distance run training that he really hadn't gotten able to do with that foot injury. He doesn't talk about it a lot, but we know that it's been a thing. And out here in this terrain, listen, if you've got something bothering your feet or your ankles, this is not the place to be for event number 2.
Yeah, Ricky Garrard is out front right now on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Hopper and Sprague, the 2 men trailing him. And the first 2 laps, now correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that major incline that we saw that hill run in 2009, you're not going to face that until the laps 3 and 4.
Unfortunately,
you get to go down that hill the first 2 laps.
You do get to go down that monster hill on the first one, but what we've heard a lot from some of the athletes and even people testing this, Sean, is that it's the downhills that are the toughest, most treacherous part. Maybe not from a physical standpoint, from a navigational standpoint.
Here is the tracking information that's being sent to us from Black Ohm, and you can track this in real time by scanning the QR code on the right side of your screen. Ricky Garrard with a sizable lead over Hopper. Meiserazda is there as well. Ty Jenkins. And Maddie Sturt is one of the lead women. She's up there in that group with Fowler and Crouch. Ellie Turner is also there with Justin Medeiros.
Ricky's just one of those athletes that can do the grindy stuff that not a lot of people want to do. I think it's actually where he excels. That's where he shines. Fell apart off the pace that he had earlier this morning in the 2007 Hopper. But again, James Sprague is another one of those athletes that should fare very well. And Jay Crouch, overall leader after event 1.
Mazaradza is in the black shorts. He's a CrossFit Games rookie out of Georgia, the country.
And this is a steep part of the course. Just look at the difference between Jeff Adler coming up and you look down. It gives you a better perspective of the incline that they're currently in, but still, just look at the pace that some of these athletes can run. These guys can all run sub-5 or near sub-5 minute miles, and they're just down to a crawl.
And no surprise to see Haley Adams out front for the women. There's Amy Kringle in the pink. Lucy Campbell there as well for the women. So the opening lap, first of 4 laps, 2 one way, 2 the other.
And that was part of our mission brief at the top of what to do and how to approach this. Unless you're just a rock star runner and it doesn't matter what's thrown at you, then by any means, just go out by feel and how your pace does. But learning on the first lap where the blind turns are, because sometimes it's really tough to take a course where you don't know where the incline's coming. And so you come out of the tree line here, and you look up and you're like, oh, great, I've got a 400-meter straight uphill run. I wasn't expecting that. And it doesn't change your physical approach to the competition when it comes to the run course, but it definitely changes your emotional support or your emotional prep. And that is huge when you're out. There's no music. You have no distance markers. You don't know when the end turn's going to be or when the next crest of the hill is going to be. So that first lap, knowing when things are coming is such a big deal. And you see people at the back that are not just down to a crawl, but down to a walk.
Colton Mertens is moving along. It looks like James Sprague in the white hat, who was second behind Ricky Garrard. We're looking for Ricky Garrard right now. Garrard was in the lead the last time we saw him on camera. There's Jay Crouch, who won the opening event. I mean, he finishes anywhere in the top 10 here in this one. It's a great first 2 events for Crouch.
I think Crouch is going to be just fine. He's going to be fine later in the day, too. Crouch, look, he doesn't – there's not a lot of fanfare around him and his ability, but he's one of the more well-rounded athletes in the field, and he showed that in event number 1.
Haley Adams and Amy Kringle, your top 2 women. And now Ricky Garrard is done with his opening lap. So this will be his final lap going this direction.
You can see the flat start. And now he's got 1 lap under his belt. He knows where the turns is. He knows where he can push. But at the same time, so does James Sprague. Now I know where, okay, it's going to be flatter here than I think, because a lot of people in the beginning they don't know when that turn's going to be when they crank uphill, which is why none of them dead sprint right from the start. Now you're like, okay, I've got about 200 to 300 meters here. I know where that turn's going to be. Then I know when I make that turn, it's going to go up. I know when I make this turn, it's going to go down. So now you have a bit more information to change the way you pace this out on the second lap.
And after that first lap, from what we saw, it didn't look like any of the athletes had trouble with footing. There was some concern about just because some of the loose sand that is out there on the course, that there might be some footing problems. There's Amy Kringle. She and Haley Adams leading the way for the women.
Well, you can see talking about the footing, and that was a big point of discussion yesterday when we talked about this event and some of the people testing it, that it was dusty out there, it was slippery out there because it was so dry. But if you can see the street is wet. It was raining earlier, which is a massive advantage for a lot of these athletes in terms of a footing standpoint. In fact, we're talking is like it was harder to go downhill because of the loose sand than it was uphill yesterday.
The top 3 for the women are Kringle, Haley Adams, and Lucy Campbell. As Ricky Garrard is all by himself in the lead here with James Sprague a distant second for the men. This is the second of 4 laps.
And really for Ricky, this is the toughest part to be in as a competitor in an event such as this, because it's a lot harder to just think you're running the right pace, not knowing who's behind you and how far. Yes, you can look back, but still that can be a little disorienting. It can throw off your rhythm as Ricky's starting to walk at the top part
behind him
of this hill. But at the same time, we said this so many times before, it's so much easier to chase than it is to be chased. Having that carrot in front of you is just what you need to keep you motivated. But as Ricky takes the downturn before we get underneath the trees, this is part of what we said in the beginning. This is a good opportunity for him to be like, hey, listen, you might not want to sprint a little bit, but now that you're away from sight, this is where you can make a move. Extend that lead when you get out of sight and try to get ahead of your competitors and almost break their spirits to want to chase you down.
Nurse, lawyer, engineer, cybersecurity. The Air National Guard has hundreds of career fields waiting for you. Find your fit at goang.com.
Just a little break from the sun underneath those trees before they get back out in there. It's coming out pretty strong.
Yeah, earlier today, as we talked about, there's some cloud cover. There was a little bit of moisture in there, a little bit of precipitation, but it has been more humid here than usual.
See Ricky starting to walk a little bit. And that isn't necessarily a sign of fatigue. I mean, yes, it is a sign of fatigue, but what I'm saying is it could be also a sign of strategy to this. On the first lap, it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe sprinting up this section in lap 1 took a lot out of me, and I couldn't really utilize my legs once we went downhill. On the next lap, I'm going to walk up halfway, and so I'm a bit more fresh to utilize that downhill or that flat area a little bit more that I wasn't able to on the first lap.
Well, I'm thinking about, too, we mentioned this earlier, that the worst incline of this course is now a decline. It will change to an incline on laps 3 and 4.
Now, in this position, it's just making sure you've got good footing, you're stepping in the right places. These aren't worked trails. They're not flat trails. There's a lot of unevenness, loose soil, big rocks.
Here are your top 3 for the men, our Blackcomb tracking data, with Ricky Garrard in first, followed by Jason Hopper now. We don't see Sprague on the screen, at least the screen I'm looking at.
Yeah, Sprague and Crouch there. Okay, now they popped up. Because last time we saw it was Ricky, James, Crouch, then Hopper.
Unless Jay Crouch hops the subway, I don't think he's in the lead right now.
And you can tell this is that downhill descent part because of the speed at which Ricky's coming down the hill.
Well, back in 2009, they did that hill sprint, and they repeated it again.
Back in 2020.
And that is one of those just brutally elegant tests that anybody who was there in 2009 will tell you that was the worst event they've ever done.
And most people would opt for the 7,200-meter ranch run than the 300-meter trail sprint.
I think that's one of the first things that people notice, and we're talking about that, which is now a decline that leads you into the actual structure of the ranch. One of the first things that people notice when they go out to that property and they see that hill is just how steep and daunting it really is. It's not, you start to walk it, and then even just being there, once you get on it, you realize, oh, yeah, this is going to take a while.
Yeah, and you see Ricky with his hands on his legs as he hits another incline part of this trail. I think his first lap was right around 8:15 on the first lap, so he should be getting pretty close to the end of his second lap, which will leave him 2 more once they start going in the other direction. But what we're going to see, and you're talking about that hill, is that, we see hands on the knees now. We might see hands on the ground later in the second half of this ranch run.
They did that 7,000-meter ranch run back in 2009, and there's some great stories from the athletes who had to go through that. I mean, I remember Stacy Tovar talking about them, some judge telling him, hey, be sure you touch the barbed wire fence. Like, why am I touching a barbed wire fence?
And there you do see James and then Jay.
Jay Crouch has now moved past Hopper for third.
Now, we said learn on the first lap, but now that we're changing directions, can you remember where all those turns and elevations changes were in the opposite direction once we make the turnaround at the halfway point? Each lap elevation is changes about 1,500 feet of elevation changes throughout a single lap.
I believe Ricky Garrard is coming up to that famous hill, which is why he is slowing down now. Or
Yes.
pardon me, speeding up. And there's the leader for the women, Haley Adams. She and Amy Kringle have been up front.
Yeah, when Haley did to the ranch in 2020 was absolutely incredible.
Well, she had a couple amazing performances out there. The first was in that trail run. The second was in Atlanta.
Oh, when her
and gutting through those torn hands the way she did.
Her hands went to shreds. Well, is it Justin Medeiros sighting?
Ricky Garrard making his way down here to close out lap 2. Now he will turn right around and have to run the other way here on this hill for laps 3 and 4.
He's got to be so careful on these downhills. But you're right. That is
you can see that is
the
sand
trail.
really starting to kick up there.
That is the trail. It's a little bit more to the right than probably the original center sprint. However, it is just as steep. And he's going to have to turn around and go right back up that way once he gets to that halfway point.
So Ricky really putting some space between himself and James Sprague right now. Garrard looking to pick up his 6th career event win. Now he will make the turn and go back the other way as he is officially halfway through this event. A little off of his pace, not by much though for that first lap.
No, not by much. And if you consider the amount of times that he walked on the second lap than he did the first one, I don't think he walked once on the first lap. So about 2 minutes slower on this one. So 18 and a half.
That's a great one right there.
Either that was the greatest accident I've ever seen, or one of the best little trash talk moments we've had in a long time.
That was great. I think there was also, that's the second time we've seen the your number 1 sign out on the field there.
That's fantastic. Something about the ranch just brings out the best in us, Sean.
And now Ricky Garrard's going to have to swim upstream a little bit.
That's a great angle.
Yeah,
that's one of the better ones I've seen of how steep this is. If it looks like it's going straight down, you are correct. And you can see how hard it is to go downhill. Yeah, it sucks to run uphill, but man, it is sketchy as all get out to go downhill. So having that control, what a great shot.
And now Ricky Garrard walking his way up. Now Amy Kringle is back in front of Haley Adams as the two of them continue to lead, and they are set to make the turn.
Well, Amy, the last 2 years she competed, has always had a great start to the weekend. But it's that finishing on the last day and a half of competition where she needs to improve, because she's been in podium contention early on in the games the last 2 years, but just needs to work on that longevity side of the competition.
I took 8th place last year to Amy Kringle. So take a look at Ricky Garrard, your leader for the men and your overall leader in the event. Now just trying to dodge bodies coming down the hill.
Man, that is a tough turnaround.
Gerard taking a look over his right shoulder to see where Sprague is.
It's what's going to be so interesting is because how tough and how steep and how long the beginning part of this lap is, what the time differences are going to be, because a 30-second downhill, but a 2 to 3 minute uphill, and the physical toll that uphill is going to take on you is really going to drastically change the second half of this run.
Jay Crouch is in third. I think that's Jeff Adler behind Crouch.
Yeah, it does. That is Jeff.
So he's picked up some places here at the halfway point.
Jeff, be Austin Hatfield, Roman, Justin.
Crouch picking up the pace, trying to track down Sprague and Gerard. Adler,
man,
sitting in fourth place.
Again, Jeff is one of the very few athletes that ran that very long, unknown distanced hill run back in the 2020 games.
Roman Krennikov, Haley Adams is the leader for the women, tucked in there behind Austin Hatfield. 3 Mayhem athletes working together.
2.5. Oh yeah, look at that sand. I mean, it's bad enough to go uphill, but when you have almost zero traction. Hey, it's good to see Justin up there. That might be dangerous.
Well, remember when Justin won his first 2 games, he did it just being consistent. Not a lot of event wins in.
Well, I think he was one of the only few athletes to win the games and never win an event.
He comes in, I believe, 5th place overall. So a lot that needs to be determined from now and then, but he's been pretty consistent here so far through these 2 events. There's your leader, Ricky Gerard.
How nice it must feel to finally get some flat terrain, let alone a settle downhill. This is a great opportunity for Ricky to put a lot more distance on the guys chasing him, because we said earlier is that make your moves out of sight, which is blind turns, tops of hills, on the way down. The distance you can get on someone when you especially got a downhill while they're still walking on the uphill and they can't see you is a massive advantage being in the lead. And this is where he said is like, hey, being chased isn't always the best and most fun position, but when you can start playing the cat and mouse game as the cat, it's a good position to be in for Ricky.
And James Sprague has managed to put a little bit of distance between himself and Jay Crouch, who's in 3rd. Last time we checked in with the top 4 men, it was Gerard, Sprague, Crouch, and then Adler. Crouch still in 3rd place, coming off that impressive event win to open the competition.
And what a good shot of seeing is like, hey, where did everybody go? They're there. You just can't see them. So it's really hard to keep yourself motivated when you don't even know who you're chasing and how far or where they are on the course.
And here comes Jeff Adler.
All right, so at least for Jeff, he can see Jay. He can see his pace. He can see his movement. He can see his body language as he's working his way down. And Jeff took that turn a little bit quicker now that he could see Jay in sight in front of him.
Justin Medeiros in the blue shirt, or blue shorts, pardon me. Ty Jenkins behind him.
Just Two great heads of hair flowing by. And then Lucy.
Lucy Campbell, who was second at the CrossFit Games last year, and as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, first time since 2010 that we have not had a women's champion in the field.
I really like what Lucy did with that cold towel. So these athletes, they have an option for water at the lap point, and there's cold, wet towels that are available for them. And what Lucy did, and this is what a lot of endurance athletes will do, is that if that is on the course, just putting that over your neck or behind your neck helps cool your body core temperature down a little bit, or at the very least make you feel like you're cooling down. So the fact that she tucked that into her sports bra just to have it there for as long as she could, I thought it was a very smart move from Lucy Campbell.
Just about the entire field now on the third of 4 laps.
Jason Hopper has moved well back than his first lap start. And what will be interesting too, Sean, is that athletes have different strengths and skills depending on hills, straightaways, and their speed. Well, when the course changes at the halfway mark, maybe on the way back, and we saw this, and I think this is the case, the hill portion is much more significant on the second half of the event than it was on the first half. So if you're a good hill runner, you have yourself a good advantage on the second half. So knowing that coming in, maybe saving a little bit for the halfway point to utilize your strengths, whereas maybe you're not as good as hills. Well, in that first half, you needed to get some distance on yourself and the rest of the pack. So I'd be curious to see, maybe not might change in the top couple of athletes for this, but what are those mid-tier athletes? What are those second half lap changes going to be with athletes' skill sets and strengths when it comes to hills and straightaways?
Well, right now, Ricky Garrard has about a minute lead.
Jeez.
On James Sprague.
So he's opened that way up.
Ricky Garrard has a chance to win 2 events today. We got a bike event coming up later. We know how good he is on that apparatus.
True.
This could be a really good day for Garrard.
And what Ricky needs is that he needs a clean run. In 2024, he was doing very well. Blows his ankle out doing Chad stepping off a box the runway. Event 1 of the run, row, run, sprains his ankle coming into the rower after being in a top position. And I'm not saying in terms of like, hey, let's not hope for injury. It's like nobody wants that or to see that. But for Ricky is that if he can have a clean run and he gets that confidence, that is very dangerous for someone like Ricky Garrard to have, because he uses that like a superpower.
Plus, I think a guy that benefits from the fact that we have 20 events.
Yeah, the more opportunities Ricky has to make up, because he's going to have a couple events he's going to kick out into the stands, but the fact that now he has 19 more opportunities to make up for things like that, you're right, that bodes very well for Ricky Garrard.
Final lap now for Ricky Garrard. Last time he's going to have to lug himself up this hill. Serve your country and still be there for what matters most. College, family, career. Guard what matters in the Air National Guard. Learn more at goang.com.
So Ricky's third lap was about the same time as his second lap. His second lap going the other direction was about 10 minutes or a little over 10 minutes. Almost, he might have gone a little bit faster, if not the same, on the third lap relative to his second one, even though it's going in the opposite direction, which tells me that Ricky's handling these hills very well, which allows him to relax more on a subtle downhill versus a massive downhill.
We still have some athletes that are working their way up the hill for the first time. Paige Rogers, Annika Greer, Hannah Black, closest to the camera. This is their first time up the hill as Garrard is about ready to lap them.
Now, if you look at the ankle of Paige Rogers, she has an ankle brace on that left ankle. And I heard she had sustained an ankle injury from practice and training on a trail coming into this. And if it's only been a week or two, I mean, you've sprained your ankles. We've all sprained our ankles before. And man, that is a brutal thing to have happen coming into a ranch run. So for her, listen, if you're not going to get top 5 like you could have, don't make something worse on an event, which is nice when you've got 20 scored events. You've got some room to take take a hit here as long as you have a better setup for the rest of the weekend.
Haley Adams and Amy Kringle continue to be your top two for the women. Adams looking to pick up her third career event win at the CrossFit Games, but she's going to have to battle with Kringle here on this final lap in order to do that. Now Gerard is charging his way towards the top of that hill that opens up his fourth and final lap of this event as we pass the 31-minute mark. Monica Greer is another athlete that's had some ankle problems here recently.
Yeah, she had hurt herself in training. I want to say she was either coming off a box or coming off a rope. She wasn't even sure she was going to be healthy enough to compete at the games this weekend.
Saw Jay Crouch take a look over his shoulder to see where Jeff Adler was. Adler's been creeping up here.
We saw him close the distance on Jay on the middle portion of that event, but you know, for Ricky, you've done all the work you need to do at this point. Keep sight of who's chasing you, how far they are. If you have an opportunity to get 100 points and shut it down for another mile or so on this course, by all means, take that gift that you've given yourself after the work you've done for the first 3 laps.
James Sprague getting to the top, followed by Jay Crouch, Jeff Adler, and you have Austin Hatfield, Nika Matarazda, and Roman Krennikov back there with Haley Adams.
This little head-to-head matchup with Haley Adams and Amy Kringle is going to get really interesting after this first hill. Haley does so well on these open area ranch runs. This is really, you know, Amy being a little bit stronger than Haley. Not that I would say you want to waste all your energy on the first hill when you still have over a mile left after this. It might be a short distance, but it's probably the toughest portion of the entire lap. But as Amy is, give yourself an opportunity to close that gap a little bit on Haley, even though it's the beginning portion of this lap.
Guillermo Eros on the left side of your screen. Ricky Gerard, your leader for the men, is on the left, and Haley Adams, who doesn't have much breathing room right now when it comes to the woman in second place. Amy Kringle on the right side, just trying to do everything she can to help keep a good body position to use whatever momentum you can to get up that hill.
Well, I mean, who am I to say from here? It's like, don't hunch over that more. But I mean, I'd be doing the same thing. The problem is when you are leaning forward to have your center of mass over your toes to help you go up the hill. But do it more like Ricky did. I won't say what I would do. I'll watch the guy who's beating the crap out of everybody, is that he puts his hands on his knees and pushes off of his legs, which allows it to be more upright. And when you're more upright, you can take in more air. When you hunch over like that, you compress your diaphragm and you lock off like 40 to 30% of your lung capacity in that. So putting your hands on your knees, staying more upright, using your arms to help your legs and open up your lungs, that's the best position to be in on a lot of these uphills.
Ricky Gerard, at last time we checked, and that was towards the end of lap 3, had about a minute lead on James Sprague,
which is a very long time with one lap, just over a mile-ish per lap. And so for Ricky, is keep looking over your shoulder, but not worried about who's chasing you. Just worry about, hey, how far back are they? Do I even have to push this next one? Can I walk up this? Can I jog? Can I almost actively recover on my way to the finish line?
Haley Adams in the middle of your screen. Looks like she's put some distance between herself and Amy Kringle.
Yeah, Kringle's not even in the screen.
Roman Krennikov starting to open things up a little bit as well. He's on the right side of that pack.
And by the fourth lap, you should know what distance you have left and where. What's coming up at what turn? Is this the last hill I have? Is this the last turn before we get to the straightaway? Do I have a subtle downhill that I can actually take advantage of for a steep downhill where I need to be careful on. And if I was these guys, like, you don't want to be in a foot race with 3 people. Can you separate yourself on the hill before it comes down to that? Especially if you don't think you have that top end speed relative to the guys around you.
So Nika Mazarazda on the left, tucking in behind Roman Krennikov. Austin Hatfield behind them. And there's Amy Kringle just coming into view, trying to catch up with Haley Adams.
That's by the last long downhill, which is going to take them down to the trees. Amy Kringle's not out of it yet. May need to take a couple of chances here on some of these downhills to try to catch Haley. But again, you don't want to put yourself in a bad position where you can take yourself off trail or turn an ankle. And it's not worth the 4 points on the leaderboard at this stage of the game.
You can see on the
look how far
data we have from Blackcomb of where Ricky Garrard and Haley Adams are in relation to each other.
And Haley Adams is on that backstretch downhill part by the trees. She'll make that turn as she's going to the right. One more longer uphill, but still nothing as steep as what they started with on the second half of this race.
Ricky Garrard looking to pick up his 6th career event win. Adams gunning for her 3rd, and Amy Kringle is looking to tie her best event finish at the games in her 4th appearance. That's a 2nd place finish.
Now, what's important here, Sean, is that if this standing holds for the men, where right now it's Ricky, James, Jay, that would launch Ricky up into the white leader jersey position once again. Now, if Jay can get ahead of James, we might be looking at a tie on the leaderboard. And when was the last time we saw 2 leader jerseys out there at the same time? Because the tiebreakers, your best place finish, actually probably go to Jay finishing 2nd versus Ricky in his position.
And there is Ricky Garrard, who is inching closer to the finish line.
Yeah,
actually, and he has led from the start.
Ricky's going to need a little bit more help than just James, as he actually ended up getting 8th in that event. So if Jay can just hang where he's at, he actually should be able to keep that leader jersey going into the total coming up after this.
If Garrard can just do well in the total, and then with that bike event later in the day, something I think he should be favored to win given his history, he may wind up with that jersey sooner rather than later. Ricky Garrard with a dominant performance here in event 2. And this is where you talk about no need. Why run here?
No need.
No need to do it. Not that that extra is really going to save someone that fit that
but
much.
Here's the thing.
But
that pace for Ricky is his
It's a walk.
Pace.
That's a good point. For me, I'm like, man, why are you going so fast?
That pace for me would pull both of my hamstrings.
Like, slow down, Usain. And Ricky Garrard is going to be able to cruise across the finish line and pick up his 6th career event win.
Great for Ricky, especially to finish like that. It looks like James is going to hold off Jay.
James Sprague is in to take 2nd, and Jay Crouch, what a day 1 has been for him so far. An event win and now a 3rd place finish in event 2, looking to hang on to the overall lead here on day number 1.
James got 6th in the first event. He had 80 points coming in. Obviously, Jay has 100, so he's going to close the gap by 4. But that gap on the rest of the field that was chasing Jay after the first event is going to widen. So that 4-point margin is going to look more like 16 to 20 points over the guys chasing him coming into the total a little bit later.
Amy Kringle looks to have overtaken Haley Adams.
Oh, wow.
For the lead.
Where did she make up that ground?
Roman Krennikov is going to finish, and Amy Kringle looks like she has picked up her first career event win at the CrossFit Games, managing to reel in Haley Adams on the final lap.
Now, Haley Adams got 4th in the Hopper event at 88 points. Kringle was in 10th for 64, so she was 20 points behind. Sorry, 24 points behind Haley Adams, who's now coming in.
Austin Hatfield also crossed the finish line for the men. Adler has finished as well, as has Mazarazda.
The question is, who's going to come in third? Did Lucy Campbell keep that third place position she was in after the halfway point? And if that's the case, Lucy Campbell.
That's Hannah Black.
Yeah, Hannah Black's on lap 3.
This is her third lap.
We got that one. You're not going to trick us, Hannah, like you did, like Jay did. But if Lucy Campbell can come in because time between is irrelevant, in third, that should be enough to find herself back in a white leader jersey.
Here comes Justin Medeiros with another, what will look to be a top 10 finish for him.
And that's good to see from Justin Medeiros on a run event. Maybe feeling like him old self again.
Here's Ella Wilkinson in her first appearance at the CrossFit Games. A third place finish for her.
Ella needed that. She got 21st in the opening event. Now with Ella getting third, I'm curious to see where Lucy is. Where is Lucy Campbell? I know Guy's walking.
I don't think there's
really
any surprise. And this is up that incline, but this is not an event or doesn't have a barbell in it. So
obviously Paige. Is Ellie Turner going to sneak in there?
I believe Paige is on her.
Paige is on her
third
fourth
lap.
Yeah,
this will be lap 4 for her. Now, Ellie Turner is in. I believe that was Benjamin Reyes who just came in for the men.
Lucy McGonigal.
I think that is Spencer Panchik. I have a 50-50 shot there.
I was like, and a Panchik brother.
Not Scott, I'll tell you that.
Annika Greer.
Annika Greer still has a lap left.
Where is Lucy Campbell?
It's Quinn Robinson coming across for the men. There is Maddie Sturt in the red, followed by Emma Lawson. This is the final time that Paige Rogers will have to work her way up that hill as she is on her 4th and final lap.
Yeah, you can see that ankle's not doing great for her.
I mean, just a damage control event for her.
Which is fun. Like the benefit of 20 events. You don't have the pressure like you did last year with 10. It's not 10% of the competition. But yeah, you can see it's not good.
There's Jason Hopper, who was towards the front, at least on that
strong lap 1.
Opening lap. athletes starting to close this thing out here as we pass the 45-minute mark. It's Kyra Milligan.
Here's the thing. Either Lucy finished and we didn't see her, or she's out on the course somewhere and I don't know where she is. But she was comfortably in third after that third lap.
And Annika Greer, another, as we mentioned earlier, athlete with some
came in a little
issues. She and Rogers, the last two athletes on the course.
Yeah, came in a little banged up. Had hurt herself in training. And man, I can't think of something worse feeling than going up a hill with a foot injury. Miriam Von Voor.
There's Erica Folo.
Good to see that back squat again.
Alex Gazan. Appalainen is in. Ricky Garrard updates you on the times here unofficially. 39 minutes, 33 seconds. Amy Kringle, the winning time for the women unofficially at 40 minutes, 41 seconds. There's Nick Matthew.
It's what you want to see of the course of a day of competition. A lot of different challenges, a lot of different modalities, some time domains. And a little mixed modal start with the hopper. Obviously, we have this long, nice aerobic monostructural test, and then we're going to turn around and do 3 little 50-point strength tests after this. So this, again, it's always so wild on the first day of competition, that leaderboard going up and down. Hey, listen, if you're not going to, this is what you should be doing as an athlete like Guy. Why make my weekend worse and not improve my finish place in an event by overdoing it?
Ariel Lowen working her way to the finish line. Lowen coming off a 5th place finish of the games last year. Was on the podium in 2023. David Garnis is in. There's Hannah Black. Hannah Black, who wrote a graduate thesis on the workout Isabel that explored high-intensity weightlifting and how fatigue affects technique.
I want to write one on wearing forearm sweatbands on a run, which doesn't require you to pick up anything, just make you hotter.
Sometimes you need something to wipe the sweat off your brow.
You don't need that.
Just
listen. If you really wanted to wear them, I get it. I'm an accessory man myself.
Now there's a look at who's still out there on the course. Lucy Campbell, we believe.
Well, you can see
she's at the bottom of the screen, but she has finished. But it shows up on her. We're getting confirmation that Lucy Campbell has finished.
Okay, that makes more sense. I'm just holding my breath there, but you can see in the bottom right side where Greer and Kerstetter, Campbell's either it fell off or it's on the ground, but that is not where she finished. And I'm curious where she did.
Past the 50-minute mark here, second of 20 events. that these athletes are going to face, and just about all of them are taking advantage of the ice tubs. It's got to feel good for Henrik Haapalainen coming off of that Achilles injury to be able to complete that.
Yes.
You get in with a pretty respectable time. And those pull-up rigs that you see out there were the rigs that were used for the Hopper event the first time it was done here in 2007.
Hey, if you want to get the DNA of the OGs, it's still on there, I guarantee.
Looks like I want to say that's Alexis Raptis in the back there being helped by a couple of the medical staff.
Well, and listen, I mean, obviously we hope she's okay. It's a little hot out here, but there's a little history there with Alexis Raptis in overheating. You saw what she did in quarterfinals, online semifinals of the ice packs and the fans and you know, listen, if it can get hot out here, it's nice weather, but it can get hot out here. We've seen that at the games, and there you see, okay, there's Lucy Campbell, also wearing the sweatbands. Have to be equal opportunity here, but if she held on to the third place position that she looked like she had, she should find herself in the Leaves jersey going into the third event.
Still more athletes are finishing up. Jason Hopper down there in the cold tub. Here comes Kyra Milligan. Her second individual appearance at the CrossFit Games. Her first was back in 2024 when she took 22nd overall. Has some team experience at the Games as well. Good look at the warehouse facility there at the ranch. One of those places that is just kind of a nondescript property when you're driving down 101, and if you didn't know the significance of it, you wouldn't give it a second glance. Ariel Lone and Alex Gazan talking some things over. There's Pat Vellner on the right. There are those pull-up bars.
Tell you what,
in 2007,
at every gym, there's like the pull-up bar. You know, the sticky.
Oh yeah.
That whole rig is that pull-up bar.
That's true.
You don't need. Well, I'll say so. You need grips if you want your hands to stay in one piece. But man, if you want a good pull-up bar to latch onto, the old OG 2007 rig is a work of art. When it just comes to that everyone would be fighting over that pull-up bar in the gym.
And then on the sort of bottom left-hand corner, that was where the deadlift ladder from 2009 took place, and in 2016 they did it out there as well. Some great video from that event. Remember Josh Everett's celebration.
First time you've seen Josh Everett show actual emotion as a human being and not a cyborg.
This is the only event that they will be doing at the ranch today. After this, we're heading back up north to the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex.
Oh, we have so much more to go. I'm so excited. It's going to be such a fun first day.
I know we mentioned this at the top of the day. You've wanted to see the 2007 games be programmed again. Now we're about 2/3 of the way through that.
Yes.
What stood out to you the most?
Think of what we've done so far, and go back and look at the 2007 CrossFit Games for what it was, for who it was for, and what it was trying to do, and the way we look at fitness as CrossFit. We did long into the hills, right? We wanted to see who had the endurance and stamina and the balance and coordination that come with running in the foothills. Then we did the CrossFit Total. Who's the strongest person out here? Squatting, pulling off the ground, and pressing over their head. And then we do a mixed modal event with monostructural rowing, 125 chin over bar pull-ups, and some push jerks overhead. The 2007 CrossFit Games, in my opinion, for what it was at the time, was the most perfect, simple, elegant test to find the fittest people in the world. Now, fast forward 20 years, you get to see a snapshot of what that will look like when we finish the total coming up after this. And what I would love to see, and this is just me being a total programming nerd if nobody's figured this out by now, is that what does the leaderboard look like after we finish the total? And then what will that leaderboard look like come Sunday afternoon?
Well, we were having a conversation earlier as you take a look at Hannah Black about how that 2007 Hopper event was very predictive of what the final results were going to be.
It was crazy.
In both 2007 and 2013.
Exactly. And a lot of times a fun thing to do at the CrossFit Games, like, hey, what was the best predictor of the outcome of the CrossFit Games in one event? And you look at that and you can look at the numbers like, hey, this one had 7 in the top 10, maybe not in particular order. But on the women's side in 2007, that Hopper event, the 1, 2, 3 in that event for the women were the 1, 2, 3 for the overall weekend. And on the men's side, the top 4 in that Hopper event were the top 4, not in the same order, at the end of the weekend. And it was almost the perfect predictor of the fittest person there. And they just made the workout up off. Look, again, when you go back to your level 1, and if you guys haven't taken your level 1, whether you want to coach or not, go do it, because we talk about the Hopper model as finding a test of fitness, because anything that comes out you should be able to do. And if you do that 15 or 20 times, the person that performs best across those tests is the fittest person. It's one of the 3 models we use to define what we call CrossFit and what fitness is. And to have that on display here with the fittest athletes in the world, I think is such a cool thing to bring back 20 years later.
And the Hopper, the actual apparatus itself,
yes, it's still
is here at the SAP Center, and they're going to use it on Friday night to determine that event.
We have another Hopper draw event. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. And listen, I didn't post pictures about this yesterday, even though I'm notorious for doing that. But I went out there and found the Hopper that was just sitting in the middle of the arena. It was like the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
And so I just went over there and just rubbed my hands on it just to get a little feel of the good old, the thing that started it all. And the fact that it's here, it's refurbished, and we're using it again 20 years later is just a really cool callback.
Well, good to see Paige Rogers getting through this.
And what's nice to see is that she gets it, right? Hey, I knew this was going to be it. I didn't make it worse out there. I've got a sigh of relief on my face coming up. I didn't make it worse, and now I can get on with the rest of my weekend. 18 more scores to get yourself back up the leaderboard.
And Annika Greer will be the last woman across the finish line. Good to remind you that Ricky Garrard was your winner for the men, and Amy Kringle picks up her first career event win.
Ricky Garrard has actually showered, changed, ate a full meal, and written a book.
Annika Greer was a top 10 athlete at the games last year, finished 9th. When you think about her history, it's just riddled with just bad luck when it comes to qualifying. She missed qualifying for the games by one place 4 times in her career.
I mean,
and then you had the submission error. Yeah.
Brent Fikowski of heartbreaks of her qualifying days in her early career. One of them was due to a late workout submission.
A late submission that happened in 2022. Then go back to 2020 where she qualified finally for the team division, and then that got canceled because of the COVID pandemic.
Has been in qualifying places but lost in the finale. She's been 1 point out, 2 points out. Had a great debut last year at the CrossFit Games in her rookie debut, but coming in with that ankle injury that she sustained in training, prepping for the games. But not unlike what we saw with Paige, is that, look, damage control, Don't make it worse. We weren't going to get a top 5 finish in here anyways. Just finish, and then you got a long rest of your weekend ahead of you.
And with that, the Ranch 7200 is done. Ricky Garrard, 6th event win of his career, and provided us with a fun moment out there, tossing the towel at James Sprague as he made the turn.
Clip that.
Guimaeros looking for a barbell to lift.
Nice steady start to the Ranch 7200, but Ricky Garrard led end to end as James Sprague and Jay Crouch are trying to keep pace with him. Ricky sets the pace, and then there's the perfect throw of the towel to James Sprague. And you know, knowing James is that was some good fun banter between that, but be in Ricky's position to basically take off the last lap is going to be great for his longevity. And then Haley Adams, who's battling out in the hills with Amy Kringle the entire time, exchanged leads multiple times. This was the second lap of the first half of this, but once they came the other direction, it looked like Haley had extended her lead nearly out of frame at one point in time. And then at the end, Amy Kringle waited for her chance and really pulled well ahead of Haley Adams. So congratulations to Ricky Garrard and Amy Kringle.
Let's send it out to Mike Arsenault at the Ranch.
Amy Kringle, what a performance. 100 points here on event number 2. The race between you and Haley was amazing. How were you able to change that up? Because you were neck and neck for the first 3 laps. It looked like you put the afterburners on in lap number 4. How did you pull that off?
Yeah, it was like Haley was faster on the uphill, and I just let myself go on the downhill, so I think I kind of got it there. So like midway through the 4th lap, I managed to just speed up on the downhills a bit, and yeah, just let my legs do the thing. But I was like going too fast for my own good, I think. I was like, I'm going to fall in a minute. Yeah.
Well, speaking of those hills, it was 2 downhill, 2 uphill on that really severe incline. So what did you find more difficult, the incline or the decline, and why?
The uphill, definitely. My calves were like blowing, and then I was like, okay, after this hill I get to go downhill. So give myself a reward there. But yeah, that was so tough. Yeah, don't want to do that again in a rush.
Well, rewarded with 100 points here on event number 2. Amy, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now, someone no stranger to very effective running technique. Ricky, your running prowess is beyond reproach. We've seen you do it multiple years here at the Games. But how do you prepare for an incline and decline like what you saw here in your training to be able to put forth a performance like that?
Yeah, I think we could almost guess it might have come up. And, just practice throughout the year. And, ever since I was a kid, I've always been a good runner. I love cross-country. I love athletics, so it just kind of comes natural to me. And then obviously being able to train it as well obviously helps my performance. But it was an epic race. It was a good battle up the first hill. All the boys were keen as. And then once we hit the first downhill, that was pretty much it. That's the last time I kind of saw anyone.
Well, we've seen you in track work before, and on a track, it's kind of easy to see where the guys chasing you are. On a course like this, the Ranch Run, you can't really see where the guys behind you are. So how do you maintain pace or decide when to push or maybe hold back a little bit?
Yeah, I suppose we had to turn around and do 2 laps the other way. So once we ran back that way, you could kind of gauge where they were and just kind of control the race from there and do what I had to do to get the 100 points.
Last question for you. We can see what the incline looks like at home. Standing here on the asphalt, we can see what the incline. What exactly does that feel like, that first couple steps, once you start walking up it and realize there's no way I can run up this?
Yeah, you definitely can't run the hills, and if you can, I'll be very impressed. But there was a lot of walking out there, so that goes to show how steep it really was.
Well, speaking of impressive, 100 points here in event number 2. Ricky, congratulations.
Cool. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, guys.
Ricky Garrard picks up the win for the men. 6th career time he is taking first place, and Amy Kringle earns her first career victory. For all the latest updated scores and standings, head to games.crossfit.com. We are just getting started. More to come here from Northern California.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome to your level 2. I want to know who you are. Tell us your name. Tell us where you're from. Tell us where you coach or how long you've been coaching.
Hi, I'm James Sprague. I live here in the area. I'm about 20 minutes away.
From teen to king, James Sprague is the fittest man on earth.
I'm James Sprague. I'm a 5-time CrossFit Games athlete, 2024 fittest man on earth, and I'm here to take the CrossFit Level 2. I started CrossFit when I was 13 years old, and now I'm 23, and it's just like every part of my life. I'd been doing this sport 9 years up until the point I took my level 1, so I had a really good understanding of the 9 foundational movements. I know in the L1 there were some things the coach or instructor spotted with me, just like a PVC pipe, like, James, you could fix that. You know, you are a top level games athlete, but hey, can you move well with a PVC pipe? And I was like, oh man, that exposed me. Every part of me wants to give back to this sport because it's given me so much. And this community has just like honestly blown my mind with how cool the people are. So I'm really excited to spend time with you guys, get to get humbled with you guys, and get called out on how little I know actually for being an athlete that's a high level in the sport. So looking forward to it. The L2, I'm really looking forward to the application. Just refining my programming for my athletes that I coach online and being able to spot technical deficiencies in person. I think the L2 is going to help level me up as a coach to be able to do both those things better. Scary.
I'm not about as least scary as it gets, James. I might seem it, but pretty nice. The CrossFit Level 2 is an opportunity for coaches to come and refine their coaching skills.
Okay, awesome. We can set our PVC pipes in front of us.
Show me that full move, please, James.
The push jerk is going to look like this.
So they come here and do a series of drills that are set up to be able to pull apart the mechanism of coaching, refine and buff out any kinks, and then put it back together so they're better trainers.
Now we're not going to get the perfect position with low load, so just do your best here. What I want you guys to go through here.
Okay, pause. Take a breath, my friend.
Most people forget the drive. What they do is
Okay, pause. In life, do you feel like you talk a lot or too little?
I talk way too much. Yep.
It's a challenging and sometimes a scary environment for people, but everybody who shows up at these courses are remarkable.
For the front rack position, with a strict press, you're actually going to keep your elbows a little bit lower. So what I want to see, instead of pressing your elbows through as much as you can, find that hybrid position where your elbows. So if the floor is there, your forearm is there. So let me see a good front rack position.
Okay, pause. I want to say first, better.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to say that was 90 seconds to say get your elbows under the bar.
My coaching style, I blabber at people too much. I overshare information and it gets confusing for people. So one thing I'm working on is oversimplifying.
Yeah, James is a good sport. You know, he wants to participate actively. He listens eagerly. He takes any feedback with a smile on his face.
Cody, your front rack position for the strict press is going to look a little bit different. For a push press, you're going to get those elbows through more, and same with a push jerk.
Don't mean talk faster.
Cool.
It means talk less.
Cool. For the strict press, all I want is your elbows to be under the bar. Can you show me that?
Hell yeah, let's go. I haven't seen very many elite athletes come through the level 2. I think it is unique to have someone who has the bandwidth as an elite level athlete to also be a coach. What do you think about his hands?
I think the bar could be placed a little bit better in your palms. So I want to see you do that.
Sweet.
Beautiful. I do believe that I have a lot of room to grow in my coaching and just knowledge on movement in general. And you know, I'm so good at coaching the advanced things, the ring muscle ups, the squat snatches, high intensity output, you know, different systems for athletes. But the basic stuff that we're really drilling here is pretty foreign to me. So I'm realizing more and more, you know, this is really going to help me level up, knowing the basics better.
The idea is to say, hey, here's the next thing, and it's as simple as this. And if I can make it seem simple, then it is way more doable for every athlete that's in front of me. He's genuine in his reactions and interactions with everybody around him. So I think he elevates the experience for everybody in the room. I'm excited for day 2. How you guys feeling? Sore?
Fired up.
Anybody weirdly sore? Anybody got the under chin? Huh? My brain is sore. Yeah, anybody tired, mentally fatigued? I mean, if you say no, you're probably, it's just not true. You just don't remember. James, what's that feedback you're working on? What are you doing?
My feedback is simplifying.
Simplifying.
Yes, we're gonna be real simple today.
Yeah, we are.
Coaching to me is about giving back. I think if a coach says they want to get into it for the money, they're not gonna last. I think that successful coaches have people's hearts and souls in mind, and they want to see them thrive because they know a good routine with health and fitness is going to help set them up for so many other avenues in life. Thumbs going to be under your pointer finger and your middle finger, knuckles to the floor. Want to see everyone model a good hook grip. Looks good. Looks good.
I love that you have elementary schoolers hook gripping.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They better be starting young.
If you love the community, there is this intrinsic desire to understand the community from every angle. And that being an athlete is just one side of the ecosystem of CrossFit. And I think it's really remarkable to see athletes want to continue to expose themselves to more perspectives that just bring out the best in CrossFit as a whole.
Recover. Okay, I'm good with that right now.
Yeah.
I like
with
it.
The angle?
Yeah, I like that angle you're creating. Really
I like your
good.
cute angle.
Yeah, you're a cute angle.
Aw,
yeah, for
that's a
sure.
nice
Anytime,
compliment.
anytime. I think people get this confused a lot. They think games athletes are superhuman robots. You know, we just eat, sleep, train, and in reality, we're all just human beings pursuing the same thing, better health. Do you think anyone wants to be my partner?
I can't do your weight, but I'll be your partner.
Let's go. We're rocking. That was easy.
I mean, I don't have to do your weight, right?
Yes, Scott. No, you don't. When I get to interact with just regular people that show up an hour a day, a couple times a week to hit a workout, it's my favorite part of the gym. It's my favorite part of working out. I get to meet so many cool people who have the same mission, just on a lower scale. You know, I'm trying to achieve the top end of what's possible, and they're just trying to constantly achieve better health and fitness. So we're both on this mission. I just do it up here. So we can relate a lot to each other. Anyone that pursues health and fitness in CrossFit, I have so much to talk with them about, so much to relate to them with, and I'm so excited to get to know all the people in class. Partner, how we do?
You did pretty good. I did all right, I guess.
No, you did great. How old are you?
43.
Okay, guys, he's literally me plus 20. CrossFit, you can do anywhere, anytime.
I've been doing these courses for over 10 years now, teaching the level 2. And I am amazed by how our community continues to grow. Every year we run through these courses, better and better and better coaches. What cue could you give? Stand up.
To shift her back on her heels, I'd say shift the weight back at your heels.
No surprises there. Nice, simple language, my friend. Claps for James, yeah? Done.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all done. Thank you. Nice work.
Is that simpler?
Nice work. Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
Was that
good.
simpler? Yes. It's amazing to see the whole tide rise and all of the coaches in every affiliate get better.
It was beyond what I expected. I felt like I came into this thinking I'd learned something, and I learned a lot. Much more than I thought. I'm taking this course and setting myself up for the future. I want to still be involved in CrossFit when I'm not competing, whether it's coaching, owning an affiliate, coaching group classes like I do now, online programming. I want to stay involved and immersed in the space because I think it's such a cool space and there's so much to learn. So maybe I'm not applying this L2 stuff immediately, but I know it's going to set me up for a bright and successful future with whatever I want to do.
In 2007, it was the final event of the CrossFit Games. In 2026, it's the third, fourth, and fifth tests of a 20-event competition. It's a classic CrossFit test of strength. It is the CrossFit Total. We are live at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on this opening day of competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Bella Martin is down there on the field as the women are set to kick things off. We are already through 2 events earlier today. Our Air National Guard Overwatch Cam highlight, it was Amy Kringle for the women picking up her first event win of the CrossFit Games, reeling in Haley Adams late.
I mean, it took her about 3.95 of the 4 laps to get her because it looked like Haley Adams was clear in ahead of her by a substantial margin, but at the very end, Amy Kringle just put on the jets and distanced herself greatly from Haley Adams to get the win.
Overall women's standings, Lucy Campbell and Haley Adams tied with 184 points. Aileen Wurz had a solid day one. She's only 12 points back with Maddie Sturt 4 up on Amy Kringle. For more on events 3, 4, and 5, let's bring in the third member of our broadcast team, Bella Martin.
Sean, the CrossFit Total is one of the most programmed workouts in the entire history of the CrossFit Games. And with that, some records, they fall a little easier than others, and some stay. For our CrossFit Games individual and team women, we have the back squat record broken last year by Rebecca Devine. It is 385. For the strict press, this record's been since 2014 by by Carrie Pierce with 157. And then Io Anise with 445 for the deadlift in 2014. But a name that we are missing this year, Tia Toomey, holds that record for the total with 890 that she broke in 2020. I'm eager to see where these ladies can get to today, given a little bit of the wrench fatigue that we've seen already.
Thank you, Bella. The CrossFit Total couldn't be simpler. One rep max back squat, a shoulder press, and a deadlift. You get 3 chances to establish the heaviest lift for each movement.
Yeah, each they'll do groups of 5. They'll have about 20 seconds to do it. They just got to finish before the 20-second mark starts. But what we're looking at here is that you need to start strong. Have a good opening lift of your 3 attempts, and when you do that, that allows you to finish smarter. It allows you to make choices based off what the field is doing versus having to react to everybody else around you.
10 seconds.
All 30 women will be on the floor at the same time, and they will lift 5 at a time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first athlete to lift her current overall leader, Lucy Campbell, opening at 200.
Looks like Raptis is staying in competition. She looked like she's being taken off medical at the end of the ranch run.
2, 1, lift.
Now, as long as the bar's out of the rack by the 20-second mark, they're going to allow the athletes to complete the lift. It's less about a time issue and just more about starting when you're supposed to.
2, 1, lift.
Lucy McGonigal at 275. I think it was Olivia Kerstetter in that first round who had 305 on the barbell.
And they're going in reverse order based off where they are on the leaderboard. So your bottom 5 will be starting, then your next 5, and your next 5 beyond that. And man, 345 right out the gate.
2, 1, lift.
Now, several of these athletes competed last year at the games. So they're no stranger to a 1-rep max back squat being programmed.
There's Elisa Fuliano with 305 on the barbell.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Just like we had this morning. No music, no fanfare, just good old-fashioned backyard back squatting.
So as you mentioned, we're going in reverse order of the standings, 5 at a time. So the top 5 women will be the last to lift. And there is Lucy Campbell, who has the leader's jersey on, 285 pounds on the barbell.
Now Lucy's tied in points with Haley Adams, but Lucy has the event tiebreaker between her and Haley Adams.
Kyra Milligan so far has the top back squat at 345 pounds.
Last year in 2025, it was Miriam Von Rohr. She has a listed back squat of 364. I think she did 365 at the CrossFit Games in 2025. And what's unique is that Bella had mentioned this at the top of the event, is that this is the most programmed CrossFit Games event in the 20 years, and this is actually the 4th time the CrossFit Total has been programmed, but the first time it's scored separately with 3 different weights. So traditionally just be the total combined weight of all 3 of your lifts with the back squat, strict press, and deadlift, and then you have a total weight, which the record being 890 pounds set by Tia Toomey.
355 was on the barbell out there. I'm going to go ahead and guess that was Kyra Milligan, building on her 345-pound lift. There's Fuliano, who hit 305 in her opening lift, closest to the camera. Now going for 315.
Athletes are working their second lift of 3. And what I like about this scoring system, Sean, is that it highlights the athletes in their specific lifts. So we're going to know who the best back squatter here is in this event. We're going to know the best strict press. We're going to know the best deadlifter. Where traditionally, the athlete who can have the highest deadlift tends to win the total, because it's very hard to make up that amount of weight, especially because you can pull so much off the floor relative to your back squat and your strict press. And giving each event or each lift 50 points. It's a unique way to score it, and personally, I enjoy the way this is set up for these athletes.
Saw Kyra Milligan reloading her barbell. She just passed out of view there. She's wearing the hat. She had her placard at 373 pounds, but they're switching that.
I got a couple of 325s out there, lanes 5 and 6.
It'll be Kringle and Turner, lanes 5 and 6.
I think Turner actually might be 290 if Flipcard went over, but.
Lucy McGonigal. Failed lift. This should be the 3rd and final attempt for these athletes, and then we will move to the shoulder press.
The challenging part here for these athletes is it is moving very quickly. 20 seconds per 5. They're basically doing a lift every 3 minutes. Oh, man.
Milligan at 370. Now remember, these are all scored separately, so this could be a 50-point win here for Kyra Milligan.
And what you want in such a short turnaround between lifts is what we were talking about at the top of the show in terms of our keys here, is that you want to start strong. They've had a lot of time to warm up. You want to come out here and get a really good lift, something you're very confident in, and that allows you to make more choices and be a bit smarter in the finishing 2 lifts relative to what people are doing around you. You don't need to outlift everyone by 50 pounds because it's not a total in a back squat. You just got to make sure you win by 5 if you have the ability to do so.
Miriam Von Rohr is in the middle of your screen. She had 365 on the barbell, which would be good enough for second, but she didn't hit it. It looks like Milligan is going to get the win for 370.
And Von Rohr last year in the back event hit 360.
Adams just failed. As Lucy Campbell was successful at 305.
The last time Lucy Campbell won the leader jersey was at the games last year and had to go right into a 100x back squat afterwards. Now last year Campbell hit 295, so that is an improvement for Lucy by 10 pounds from year to year.
Alexis Rapp is at 125 pounds, hits that. Good to see her out there. She had a an ankle issue.
The one thing I like about the way this is scored, Sean, is that each lift being its own 50 points. Traditionally, when the strict press comes along, there's not much separation or pounds to be gained on someone who can pull a couple 100 pounds or even 50 to 60 pounds more than you on a strict press. But since we isolate it and give it its own 50 points, it matters way more in this setting than it would traditionally in a combined total.
Lisa Fuliano opening up at 120. Next to her, Miley Wade in the red top. Looks like she hit 125. Ellie Turner on the left side at 135. Looks to be the heaviest weight in this group.
Ooh,
no rep. Now, part of that is because, and I'm not sure what happened there, but that barbell, once you rack it, cannot move down. It can only move up, and the judges are watching that very closely.
And a lot of times what you'll see athletes when the weight gets heavy is they'll unrack the bar maybe an inch off your shoulders, take a breath, and drop the bar as almost like they're going to heave it overhead. But when you change direction in the strict press, that's not a legitimate strict press when it comes to the standards that we have here. But even if you're doing your own gym, that bar can only go up from the start. So if you're going to take your breath or have the bar above your shoulders, you cannot let it come down and press overhead.
Raptors hits 145. That's the heaviest weight we've seen so far, I believe.
3, 2, 1, lift.
That's her second of 3 attempts. Lucy McGonigal with 140 on the barbell. Paige Rogers made 150. So Rogers has the highest lift.
That's just 7 pounds off Carrie Pierce's strict press record from 2020 at 157.
165 out there in the middle of the floor.
She gets it up overhead.
Another 150.
Kyra Milligan at 145. It's been a good event so far for her. Won the back squat at 370. Lock up 50 points and keeping herself towards the top of the standings here in the shoulder press. Fuliano and Wade. Fuliano on the left, Wade on the right. Wade through 130, Fuliano through 125 pounds.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Ellie Turner at 145. Paige Rogers unofficially the leader at 150. Good lift for Turner. Moving into the third and final round here after the leaders lift. Amy Kringle stepping up to 150, looking to tie Paige Rogers. And Kringle has it.
Kazan, lane 13.
Raff is at 150.
Oh,
Paige Rogers made 155. So Rogers now your leader at 155.
2, 1, lift.
Now part of the no reps here is that the feet also can't move. You can't push through the balls of your feet. It is just lock your knees, settle your feet, and press the bar up overhead.
Lucy McGonigal good at 135 pounds. Couple 150s out there, and here's one of them at Kyra Milligan. Is not going to hit that. Rogers still your leader at 155.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Strict press is one of those wild movements where you could have 145 on the bar and it goes up like, oh my gosh, is
Alex
that
Kazan
170?
at 170. Come on. That to take the lead, and looks like she might win the event with that lift.
Well, also set the record by 13 pounds to Carrie Pierce's 157.
Well, that's a woman who also has bench pressed 270 on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm just happy when that comes off the ground.
Alex Gazan at 170 is the heaviest lift that we have seen, and it doesn't look like anybody in this final group is going to match that. Kringle going for 160. That's not going to go.
3, 2, 1, lift. Now for the third and final lift in our
Should have.
total, the deadlift. Kicking things off at 365.
The transition now into the deadlift. So it looks like unofficially it's Alex Gazan at 170 who's going to take the 50 points for the shoulder press. We're on to the first round of the deadlift. Alexis Rapp is at 295. There's Lucy McGonigal with 200, 300 pounds on the bar.
Yeah, there's a couple athletes in the field that need to be careful with this one. And it's nice that it's only 50 and there's not too much pressure to perform. Alexis Raptis is one of those athletes that had a lingering back thing last year during the CrossFit Games, and she still performed very well. Ellie Turner, notorious for her back that she's been recovering from and that she's made it back from, which is incredible. And Daniel Brandon is another one of those in the field that just needs to obviously manage that position and their body movement in this particular lift.
Here's Gazan at 375. No problem for her. That's her opening lift.
Where Gazan had a great deadlift at the Rogue Invitational a couple years ago.
There's a 395 on the being loaded on the bar on the left side of your screen. See where Gazan goes after her successful lift at 375. Maddie Sturt,
oh man,
375 pounds.
Standing up with 405.
Good lift from Maddie Sturt. Won her first career event earlier today in the 2007 Hopper event.
Lift. On the 10 down, 2 to go, 385 on the bar for Olivia Kirschnetter. Hands up tall.
Amy Kringle has 405 pounds on the bar, and we're being told she hit it. Amy Kringle, your leader now at 405 in the deadlift. I mean, these are unthinkable weights for the women's division not that long ago.
Unthinkable weight. I'm watching. These are just unthinkable weights. It's not.
Yeah. I know you love the deadlift, Chase.
Yeah, me and Dads, we have a very tumultuous relationship. By that mean, I'm just a battered partner.
Well, Kyra Milligan just missed 395. She does have another chance in this window to go at it. Remember, as long as that barbell is off the ground before the time hits, the lift will count.
Yeah, and you know, we talked to Adrian Bosman the other day. Is like they are holding that time frame to just keep the movements or the rotation going. You know, they're not holding a
Alex
buzzer shot
Gazan
clock.
Hit 400.
Looks like Kringle's got 420 on the bar in that front row, fifth platform.
Bottom right of your screen. Gazan at 400, keeping herself inside the top 2 here.
And her and Gazan are basically going lift for lift until Gazan's 170 on the strict press just before this. Man, that's coming off the ground nice.
Kringle with a little Rob Kearney hitch it up. It's going to count. 420 pounds for Amy Kringle.
3, 2, 1, lift. Here we go. Our final attempts for these athletes.
We might have a couple records falling here. Not only have we seen the heaviest press, we might see the heaviest total, but we'll have to wait to let the math out. And we're on the final round here as Gazan can't pull 340. Pardon me, Raptors can't pull 345.
It's like a 365, 355 in the front there. See what Kringle and Gazan are going to move up to.
Kringle still has your top lift unofficially at 420.
Oh, doesn't get it
Mr.
again.
Milligan at 390. She already locked up 50 points on the back squat. Gazan, this would be to tie Kringle at 420, but Kringle still has another lift to go. And Gazan has it. And with that lift, it looks like Gazan has a new total record, beating Tia Toomey's record of 890 pounds. 430 for Kringle. This is for the win and 50 points.
430,
425.
Okay, this is the smart game we're talking about coming in. We know Gazan just tied what I did. Beat her by 5, get the 50 points outright.
And there are no little 1 pound change plates out there, so you can't hide those anywhere.
Right? Does she have way more in her? Yes, but like that's the game within the game that we're talking about coming in. Start strong, finish smart. Don't need to beat her by 15, just get her by 5. Very, very smart play by Amy Kringle.
What a great day one for Amy Kringle, coming off her first career event win at the CrossFit Games. Is going to look to pick up another one here in the deadlift portion of the total and add 50 points to her score. Alex Gazan won the press unofficially at 170. So an event win for her, and was in the top 2 in the deadlift. Solid performance from Gazan, and also Amy Kringle, another event win with a 425-pound deadlift. Let's go back to the back squat. Kyra Milligan, this is her winning lift at 370. Alex Gazan, no problem at 170 pounds.
That looks so good.
And finally, Amy Kringle to take the deadlift at 425. This is to beat Gazan by 5 pounds.
It's wild how high she gets it at the speed she does until about mid-thigh where that first hitch happens. Usually you'll see that right above the knee or about mid-shin.
Let's send it down to Bella Martin with Alex Gazan.
Alex, first I want to say congratulations on breaking the strict press record by over 13 pounds with 170. You are one of the strongest pressers in the sport. Were you expecting more?
I mean, I kind of played it safe at the end. My PR is 178, so just doing the minimum to get by, but it was really fun.
There was a little bit of strategy there. Another thing we want to congratulate you on, you have officially broken Tia Toomey's record for the CrossFit total. She had 890 and you had 920. Tell me how it feels to now be in CrossFit history books.
Oh, that's cool. That's exciting. I love lifting, so it's a little pep in my step. Yeah.
We're happy to see you back. It means a lot to us to have you back here competing. What does it mean to you as an athlete to make it back to the stage and have some success so far?
I mean, I'm super thankful. I feel like missing out last year due to an injury, like you just come back much more grateful, and people would kill to be here, and so I get the privilege of competing, and I'm really thankful for it.
Yeah, girl, well, you showed up. Congratulations, record breaker.
Thank you.
Alex Gazan wins one of the 3 lifts and establishes a new total record earlier today for the men. Ricky Garrard led from the start, and it was never close.
Yeah, he competed for 3 laps and cooled down for a 4th, the way he put on this dominating and then a little flip.
Heating up international relations.
I can't get over that. Boys will be boys, even on a Wednesday. But Ricky's performance here, just so relaxed, so calm. To win in that fashion, that way, where others had to really work for it, that's great for Ricky Garrard.
That result moved him up from 8th place to 3rd overall. Jay Crouch is your leader with a 1st and a 3rd so far today. 2024 Fittest Man on Earth, James Sprague, sits in 2nd place. 3 of the 4 former champs are in the top 5 early.
And not often we've seen that to be the case from year to year. Usually athletes like Jeff and Justin have had to really make a late charge in the second to final day.
Event 3, 4, and 5. It's the CrossFit total. Each lift is scored separately. 3 chances to establish a 1 rep max back squat, a 1 rep max shoulder press, and a 1 rep max deadlift.
And what we've seen is that they have a 20-second window to lift. They're doing in groups of 5, but that turnaround comes quick. And that back to back to back, it is a very fast event than most people might think it would be.
What is the mission brief here now that you've watched the women go? Anything change here for the men?
Do what Amy Kringle did on the deadlift portion. Start strong. If you have the ability to, make sure you've got enough warmed up prior to the back squat to put a good number there, so then you can start playing the game, and that means finish smarter. Amy Kringle put up a 420 on her second lift. Gazan tied it, so she knew she only needed to add 5 pounds on a deadlift to get the win. So start strong, allow yourself to make some decisions based off what the field is doing so that you can finish smarter. You only need to win by 5 pounds to get the extra point.
All 30 men will be out on the field at the same time like they were for the women, and they will lift 5 at a time. We'll do our best to keep track of everything for you. Here are the total records for the men. No shock that Colton Mertens owns it for the back squat. Craig Kenny with the press. It's Sam Dancer on the deadlift.
Good luck with that one,
655 pounds.
Colton Mertens setting that record last year at the 2025 CrossFit Games. Craig Kenny, I think you must have a mustache to qualify for this record. Based off that strict press that he has. But man, that total by Royce Dunn, 1255, is just insane.
We saw some records fall for the women. We'll see if we have the same result for the men here. But 655 on the deadlift is going to be something that's going to be pretty hard to hit here, especially given the fact that these men are coming off that grueling ranch run just a few hours earlier. 50 points for each lift, 3 attempts at each one, and we open with the back squat.
What's nice with the quick in and out and turnaround is that a lot of times and sometimes in competitions, you'll warm up, have a 15 to 20 minute staging time. Oftentimes, if it's in an arena, it's a little cold, so these athletes should be fairly warm getting ready for their first back squat attempt.
The men are continuing to get themselves ready. When they hit the floor, we will be back with you for the CrossFit Total Men's Event 3, 4, and 5 at the 2026 CrossFit Games. We are all set at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California for events 3, 4, and 5 for the men at the 2026 CrossFit Games. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is out there on the competition field. 1 rep max back squat, shoulder press, and deadlift. 3 attempts at each one. All 30 men in the field on the floor at the same time, and we will lift in groups of 5. Guimayeros, who has been looking forward to getting a barbell in his hands after the ranch run that saw him finish dead last. Colton Mertens making a statement early, 495 pounds to open.
I'm pretty sure that's my total now, let alone just the back squat. 505 right out the gate.
Guimayeros hits that, so going to keep an eye on Guy and Colton.
And one thing with Guy is obviously he's very well known for his Olympic lifting. The power that he possesses, the technique that he has, both applied together is such a beautiful marriage of technique and strength, which is why he is so dominant in the Olympic lifts, the more explosive speed ones. Though he's still incredibly strong, it's a different game when you come to these strict strength movements, back squat, strict press, deadlift, where he cannot use that power that he has as much to his advantage like he could on, say, the Olympic lifts.
Daniel Akai good at 455, and here is Colton Mertens at 495. This would be the second best lift that we have seen so far behind Guy.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I can't even air squat that fast.
No.
Not without my knees pulling the ejector seat.
Austin Hatfield opening up at 485 pounds.
Now Austin is going to have himself a really good strict press as well. This is probably one guy that wishes it was a combined total altogether.
And that lift is good for Hatfield. Working our way through the opening round here. First of 3 lifts. Jay Crouch, good at 465. Justin Medeiros, good at 465.
A lot of men in the field here last year in the back squat event, but this one's only worth 50. We're also adding a strict press and a deadlift.
Guimayeros at 530 pounds, no problem for him.
His positioning is so good. Just his body control, his midline stability. I love watching that guy lift.
Nick Matthew hit 520. Spencer Panchik at 480 is good. Daniel Akai, 475 pounds. Colton Mertens, meanwhile, has 545 on the barbell.
Man.
That would be for the lead.
Now, Guy's listed max, or that was found, was 513, so he's already well ahead of whatever that was. And a lot of these athletes do a good job of the shell game, trying to hide their maxes between here, but out on the competition floor, we get to see the real thing.
There's Ricky Garrard coming off that event win earlier today, and the ranch run. Bailey Martin at 500.
How many guys hit 500 last year? How many look like they're going to hit it this year? My goodness, that is so quick, 500 pounds.
And meanwhile, Mertens was good at 545, so he is your leader right now through 2 of the 3 attempts at the back squat. Austin Hatfield at 505 is good.
You might have half the field hit a 500-pound squat.
Now 485 for overall leader Jay Crouch. Guimayeros has moved up to 550 as we move into the 3rd and final round. Nick Matthew also at 550. Matthew is on the right side of the screen. Mayeros is on the left.
Matthew hit 555 last year.
And Matthew can't get out from underneath that. Mayeros is good, so now Guy has the lead by 5 pounds over Colton Mertens.
We had 7 guys last year at the games hit 500 or more. I think we're going to have much more this year.
Spencer Panchik's final lift at 490 is good.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Colton is up to 555. This would be for the win.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier coming in, Sean. Last year, Colton hit 570.
505, no good for Cuellar.
And he doesn't need to set an all-time PR here. He just needs to beat the heaviest lift he's seen by 5 pounds, which is the start strong, finish smart approach to all 3 of these lifts.
Mertens borrowing weight from his fellow competitors for this one. And that is good for Colton Mertens and should be good enough for 50 points, pardon me, as he just mauls that weight. 555 pounds for Colton Mertens. Austin Hatfield at 525. His third and final attempt is good.
All right, 525. That's 10 more than he did last year at the games. Now, if Jay wants to keep his jersey, he did 485 last year. Medeiros is one of the 7 that hit 500 plus.
He's got 505.
Last year at the games, and that's actually the same weight he did hit there.
Oh. Crouch can't get out from underneath that. And will fail his third and final attempt. Now a little bit of damage control for Jay Crouch as we move into the shoulder press.
Also nice is that instead of 100 points down the, not say down the drain, but on the table, it's only 50. So you're halving whatever damage control you're trying to get or trying to do. Oh my goodness, is that Tudor Magda just 210 over his head like it was nothing?
Guy hit 205 to open. Magda now at 210, your leader. This is Anyola Kai at 215. That is good. Dallin Pepper is going to open at 215 as well. Mertens putting 235 on the barbell. He's right in the middle of your screen. And he has it.
And Colton does it a little bit differently than a lot of other guys. It looked like it was almost completely rested on his shoulders. But you see some athletes not necessarily get away with it, but try to get set up a little bit like what Roman's doing, where it's almost hovering on his collarbone, clavicle area, but it's not resting on his body. So he's at full tension, almost ready to press right from the jump. Colton looked like it was just resting on his shoulders, and he pressed from almost a dead stop.
Roman and Hatfield both hit 225. Here's Ricky Garrard at 230.
Wow, 230?
This would put him in second place. And that is good for Ricky Garrard.
Man, that is a big lift to open things up for Ricky.
Mertens looks like he's making a 20-pound jump. That's what his placard indicated, as Mayeros is on to 210.
That won't work. Yep. With that little step back, that'll be a no rep. The feet cannot move at all. This is like old school 2011 regional thruster ladder rules.
Tudor Magda up to 235. And that will count. Temporarily tying Colton Mertens for the heaviest lift, but Mertens has yet to go here in round 2. Anyola Kai at 230.
Now, a lot of these guys listed maxes. Mertens has it at 235, Pepper 230, so not a lot of...
Mertens is looking to go 2 for 2, 255 pounds. This is his second attempt at the strict press.
And this would be 5 pounds more than the record set by Craig Kenny if he gets it.
And that's a new record, and the lead back into the hands of Colton Mertens, 255 pounds. 240 on the bar for Austin Hatfield. Now here's something to keep in mind. You do not need to take all 3 attempts.
Correct. And there implies the smarter portion. If nobody hits 255, and I know Ricky Garrard's not making a 15-pound jump if he hits 240. Just going to take my 50 points and just rest until the deadlift.
Garrard good at 240.
In fact, would he be even better in Colton's position if he doesn't have to take a 3rd lift, depending on what these athletes do behind him? He can warm up for the deadlift and have an even better first lift.
Pat Vellner's lift is good.
Now, if Colton wants to sweep, that's the man he's going to have to look out for.
Well, Mertens is adding 5 pounds. He's going up to 260. He's on the bottom left-hand part of your screen right now. So men in the back still lifting.
Is it 245? No one over 255 yet, and I don't think there's any 255s on the bar. And that's when you have a coach circling the competition floor or multiple coaches. It's like, listen, you don't need to lift. Don't waste your time and energy. Don't fry your CNS. But Colton is a showman.
Well, this would lock up the win, and Mertens would get another 50 points. He already has 50 points in his back pocket from the back squat. And Colton Mertens at 260.
Jeez.
Ricky Garrard has the heaviest lift here in the 3rd round. Other than that, at 250 for Garrard, he struggled at 240.
Yeah, Hatfield and Krennikov going for 245.
Roman has that. And we'll see if Garrard can hit 250. Barbell just needs to be unracked before the time for the lift to count. Here's Garrard at 250, and he's got it.
Wow.
Huge lift for Ricky Garrard. Should be good enough for 2nd place in the event. But someone has got to stop Colton Mertens. He is on a tear as we're on to the deadlift portion. Nick Matthew at 565.
Oh, man, that is quite the opener. I think the last time in elite individual competition, the biggest deadlift came from Pat Vellner at the 2018 total.
Which before today, I think was the busiest opening day. That wasn't a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the CrossFit Games.
Listen, Sean, if all you did was the marathon row, it would still be the busiest day. That just happened to be the last event of a 4-event day.
Up in the air, it's a good lift.
525 out there on the barbell.
3, 2, 1, lift.
I believe that was Kalyan Souza.
That max deadlift record in games competition set by Sam Dancer. I remember that. It was on team in 2014. 655 pounds. I think the bar permanently bent after that one.
So far, the heaviest lift that we've seen is Nick Matthew at 565 pounds.
Vellner and I have 575 on the bar.
And that would be his 2nd attempt. Pat is among the first men to lift. So Justin Medeiros at 545 is good. Here's Vellner at 575. And that will count. Vellner making his final appearance as an individual here at the CrossFit Games. Meanwhile, Nick Matthew hit 585 to keep himself in the lead on this portion of the event. And Dylan Hamming at 545. Anyola Kai, 565 is good.
For Colton Mertens, 575.
565 on the barbell for Jason Hopper in the middle of your screen. Dallin Pepper hit 575.
And Roman going for 545, and it doesn't come off the ground. When you get to these weights, though, just being an inch or two out of position, it goes from freely coming off the ground to permanently stuck to the floor.
James Sprague at 575, still the heaviest lift we have seen, 585 pounds from Nick Matthew. This is the second of 3 rounds. Meanwhile, Nick Matthew, while we watch James Sprague, is loading up his bar to 600 pounds.
4 guys with a listed 600-pound plus deadlift.
Vellner's up to 605. And Pat has got it. Nick Matthew, meanwhile, did not hit 600. But Pat Vellner in the lead here on the deadlift. There's Dylan Hamming at 570. Can't get that to go. Another no rep next to him in lane 24th, Henrik Haapalainen. Dallin Pepper has 590 on the bar. Oh, as a Kai can't get 580 stood up. $560 on the barbell for Bailey Martin in the blue top. That is good. Meanwhile, Colton Mertens has set a new record for the total at 1,370 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
Lawrence Fiebig at 565.
It's 115 pounds heavier. Previous record being 1255.
And James Sprague at 590 next to him. Overall leader Jay Crouch has 580 on the bar. So Pat Vellner is going to take the event, pick up 50 points. Sprague is happy about that at 590.
590 for Sprague, and Crouch didn't get his attempt.
That should be good enough for second place for Sprague because Dallin Pepper went for 590 and missed it.
James almost passed out celebrating.
But Pat Vellner unofficially is going to win the event at 6:05. James Sprague looking like he's going to lock up at least a top 3 finish. And Colton Mertens wins 2 of the 3 lifts and sets a new record for the total in the process. Pat Vellner in his final appearance as an individual, picking up his 9th career CrossFit Games event win. But Colton Mertens went 2 for 2 on the back squat at 555 and the shoulder press.
555 for the back squat. Opting, didn't even have to, get 260 A little extra. And then Pat Vellner doing what he needed to do with a big jump, 30 pounds to 605 to win the deadlift version.
Let's get it to Mike Arsenault, who is with Colton Mertens.
Colton Mertens, let's run down the records that you set over the past 2 years. Last year, 570 pounds back squat. Today, you set a record on the strict press, over 250 pounds. Then overall CrossFit Games CrossFit total of over 1,300 pounds. When you look at how long this sport, how many great athletes we've seen come through here over the past 20 years, just how does it sound that you are the strongest competitor in CrossFit Games history?
I mean, yeah, it feels good. I mean, when I started this sport, I was like 145 pounds and couldn't really lift shit. So it's been a long time coming, a lot of strength work over and over and over again, starting with Armin McCormick at CrossFit Kilo in 2017. So I've just been working, but I just got to get my running up there too.
So you started at 145 pounds. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching right now who look to you as someone they want to perhaps achieve or get close to in terms of that top end strength. What advice would you have for people watching looking to bring up their strength numbers a little bit more?
Yeah, you said to buckle in for a long road. You have to be extremely consistent, hit your numbers often, and just know it's going to take years. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. And just follow your progressions. Eat a lot of food, sleep as much as you can.
Colton, you are the CrossFit total champion of the sport of CrossFit. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Colton Mertens, 2 event wins and a new record in the CrossFit total. The Iron Hog.
Needed that coming off the ranch run. Got past one of the harder events that would just be for him based off his, skill set. So heck of a way to move into the second half of the day.
We are only halfway through the opening day. We're going to take a break. When we return, it's event 6 for the individuals at the 2026 CrossFit Games.
Sorry, Bella.
It's time to bring out the bikes. It's event 6 of 7 on this opening day of the 2026 CrossFit Games from the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Bella Martin is out there in Morgan Hill, and we are set for the start of the first of 2 heats for the women. 20 laps on the bikes around this course here at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex, and we start with the run to the bikes.
Introduce the athletes back to Lucy Campbell. Hey, Adam.
I started with the run, a bit of a Le Mans start. If you guys know that 24-hour race that they do. Now, what's different than they've ever done in any bike at the CrossFit Games is that this is just a straight oval in the grass. There's no tight turns, there's no change of direction, there's no change of elevation. It's just 20 straight laps, left turns the whole way, NASCAR style. And so what would trick up riders back in the day is that if you have people that aren't comfortable on bikes, you had elevation changes, tight turns, switchbacks. If you think about cyclocross, you had to jump over logs or navigate these certain obstacles. The skill of the rider played a huge part in your success in the event. Here, it is not that. It is just a straight oval, 20 laps as fast as you can, and see who the fastest bike rider is.
Berglos Bjornsdottir is the woman who leads the way here as we close out lap 1 and move into lap 2. Again, 20 trips around this track. Ella Wilkinson has moved herself into the lead over Bjornsdottir.
You guys remember this grass field in 2020. It was used in the event, which was 10 rounds for time. Bike down and back along the field, followed by a legless rope climb. But this is an homage to old school cycling, especially back in Europe, where they were technically not allowed to race bikes on the road, and more of a safety factor. So, you know, these ragtag gangsters on cycles, on bicycles, decided it's like, yo, we'll race in the grass. And that's a tip of the cap to the old school bike races they used to do.
Now pay attention on the right side of your screen. You're going to see signs going in the air. Judges have been assigned to each rider to help count their laps. So there will be no confusion when it comes to how many laps a rider has completed before he or she is done with the race. You got to do 20, and we have plenty of people keeping track of that now.
Yes, this is called the Saxon Panchik clause. Back from the old days where we had bike to work. I think that was 2022, where they thought the best way to win an event was just take an entire lap off the competition. So yes, they've got placards for what lap you're on from a judge and a backup timer that every athlete is going to get their own lap time, each one, to make sure everyone does all 20 laps. Now, what's interesting here, Sean, is that this isn't a mass start of all the athletes. Where in years past with cycling events, it's been all the women all at once, or all the men all at once. Now with 2 heats, the second heat is going to get an idea of what speed should be happening per lap. Where did athletes push the pace between lap 1 and lap 20? What an overall time's going to be. And what's harder in lap or in heat 1 is that you're at the mercy of the people in your event. One of the keys that we had coming into here is get a breakaway pack early, but then work smarter, not harder, because you'll see this a lot in things like Tour de France or just regular road races, is that a couple of riders will work together where they can draft on each other in a little circle, maybe pulling the pack for 5 to 10 seconds at a time. And if you're going over 20 miles an hour, you're reducing your effort about 30 to 40% when you just get to drag off the person in front of you.
Let's check out our Blackcomb tracking data here.
Another lap.
as it is getting crowded towards the front. Kerstetter, Bjornsdottir. Doman up there, Raptis all in that lead pack. But Kerstetter was the woman who was out front.
Now we see a couple athletes separating themselves to the field. And even if it's just two, though, it's not too much of a distance yet where you can really make a move. But if you can just find a buddy, two people can work together to get away from the pack if the others are not willing to chase them. You just have to find the right time and the right partner to do so.
Ella Wilkinson, Olivia Kerstetter, and Abby Doman are your top three right now in this opening heat. And there are the judges counting the laps. Heat 5, quarter of the way down here. 20 laps, opening heat for the women, 15 riders in each heat. The 6th of 7 events that they will face on day 1.
Just a little over a minute per lap. This course is a bit over 400 meters in this oval shape.
This is lap 6 of 20.
What I was saying earlier is that the Heat 1 athletes are, and same with Heat 2, but at least in Heat 2 you have a time to beat. But you're at the mercy at the intensity of the field. And we see this a lot of time in, say, the Olympics in the miles specifically, which, by the way, the world record just got broken in an insane time. I saw a stat was like they're holding a 5-second 40 for the entire mile. I digress. for the bike is that maybe nobody wants to get in front and you're just racing to the speed of your heat. That can't happen in this case. The problem with Heat 1 is you don't even know what a fast time is. You don't even know what a fast lap is yet when it comes to this. So if you made yourself, if you've performed so well up into this point and made yourself get into the second heat, it is a massive advantage to be in the second heat for this event.
Ella Wilkinson is your leader, followed by Olivia Kerstetter, and it's Abby Doman still in third place, and we are lap 7 of 20 into this thing. Wilkinson making her first career appearance at the CrossFit Games. In the United Kingdom. Riders coming through to finish up lap 7.
Just under a minute 5 seconds per lap. Now, unless there's a big clock out there for the athletes to see, they're probably not doing that math in their head, which is why it's so important to have coaches out there that are yelling at lap times. If you're a coach out there, that's exactly what you should have. A team of people sitting there tracking lap times. How fast we're going. Are we gaining? Are we losing? What are we doing each round? Does it look sustainable? Can we give our athletes a thumbs up or thumbs down? Can they give us a signal how they're feeling? When do we push the pace? When does this front pack make a move to break away from those chasing? Why pull this group of 7 the entire way all by yourself? Which is the hard part of being in front, because maybe if you pull off the pace, they're not working together yet. A smart group of competitors, and you'll see this in cycling all the time, will be talking to her. And you can see Olivia actually looking over at Ella right there. Is that there needs to be some type of working relationship until maybe the last 2 or 3 laps at most to get you guys as fast around the track as possible, using the least amount of energy possible, and then we'll battle it out the last 2 to 3 laps around the track.
And you think back to 2018 at the crit.
Was it Munweiler just telling people to, like, you go ahead of me, I've been pulling you guys for the last 5 laps. Yeah, I remember that.
You had a group of people starting to work together.
And here's what you can do, Sean, depending on if you have training partners in training camps, is that, say you've got Jason Hopper, James Sprague, and Dallin Pepper, all in the same heat. Those three guys who are bros, and throw in Justin Medeiros, the boys interrupted on the bikes, they should all get together if they're in the same heat and have a plan where those four can work together for 18 or 19 laps and then decide who the winner's going to be by racing the last lap all out.
This is lap 10 of 20, and you can see Kerstetter and Wilkinson are communicating with each other. Kerstetter's in the lead right now ahead of Wilkinson, and there's a pack of riders right behind them. These have been your top two for the majority of this race.
Now, if you are working together with an athlete, you don't want to make the passes on the turns where you switch and pull the other person. You want to do those on a straightaway. It's a lot safer. It's a lot easier to do. And you're not pulling your weight or pulling your effort for the entirety of a lap, which, like we said, is about a little over a minute. I would rather work for 30 seconds and rotate on the straightaways than pull an entire lap by myself, because you're not going to recover that quickly.
We are now halfway through into lap 11 of 20. 10.5 minutes gone by here. First of two heats for the women. And Olivia Kerstetter and Ella Wilkinson continue to lead here, and they're starting to lap some of their fellow competitors. Hannah Black, Annika Greer, and Paige Rogers all getting lapped.
I'm looking at Hannah Black's gear. It's a little bit slower. These aren't fixed gears. And a lot of times people think, hey, a high gear is better because I can put more power into it. I can get more out of it. I'm a stronger athlete, therefore I can use it. It's just like a rower. A lot of people really think a higher damper setting or a higher gear is going to get me more power even if I'm stronger. It's the total opposite. When we're talking about an event that's going to take over 20 minutes, you want a higher gear where those RPMs are cranking and you're almost working your legs while flushing your legs at the same time, especially on those turns.
Now on to lap 12. Here's our data from Blackcomb. And Kerstetter is out front with Wilkinson. You can see that pack of riders behind them.
So there's that breakaway group, 6. Now the smartest one's the one in the back. If you're in the back of 6, you are barely touching those pedals to stay on the back wheel of that competitor. You only need to be within about 10 to 14 inches to maximize that. You can see some talking. It's like, hey, one person needs to go. If you've got 6, even better. In this case, the more the merrier. Now we only have to pull hard for 10 seconds. Now you can pull faster for 10 seconds, and the whole group takes advantage of that collective work effort. This is not an individual event for about 90% of it.
Kerstetter and Wilkinson continue to lead, but the pack behind them has tightened a bit. We are now through just about 13 laps, moving into lap 14 of 20. Where do you think the teamwork, at what lap do you think the teamwork ends?
I would say, honestly, if you want to maximize the collective speed of the group, last lap.
Yeah.
Hey, we worked together for 19 laps, and on that bell lap, it's on.
Bergers Bjornsdottir is now taking her turn in front of the pack.
Let the youngin'
She
go
just handed that over to Kerstetter, actually.
You've got those fresh life legs. Get your 19-year-old self in the front of the pack.
Lap 14 of 20. Second to last turn.
They maintained their pace, if not slightly increased their pace, which it looks like they're all starting, maybe not all, but they're working together a little bit more, where it looked like Ella and Olivia were pulling the pack for the most of it, and then you said Bjornsdotter stepped up to the front. Now, not everybody has. Some people are
still leading the way here.
Some people are sitting pretty in the back, just waiting. And listen, if you're going to give me a free tow for 20 laps, by all means.
It's like Wilkinson is now moving to the front. Almost done with lap 15. We will have 5 remaining after this.
Right next to one another.
They've brought down their lap time significantly. They were hovering about 104, 105, and it looks like they're getting down to the minute marks on some of these laps.
Here comes the lead pack around the final turn. And they are now into lap 16 to 20. Wilkinson still in front, followed by Kerstetter, who spent the majority of this race, the two of them have spent the majority of the race up front, along with Bjornsdotter.
Which one of these athletes will make the move and hold on to that first place position?
Another lead change at the halfway point of lap 16. I think that's Bjornsdotter who's now back in front. Kerstetter lead again. We are on to lap 17. 4 remain.
See that fatigue settling in their legs a bit. Keep in mind, they've already run 7,200 meters in the hills of Aromas prior to that, so it's not like exactly the legs are fresh coming into this bike event.
By far the busiest day, opening day of the CrossFit Games we have seen. I think the prior was again 2018. We talked a lot about that. There were 4 events that day, and it ended with the marathon row, which probably counts for 3 events.
Well, we started with the crit race, so that was an exciting event they had. 30 ring muscle-ups for time, CrossFit total in total, and then yes, that marathon row to finish out the day. That might be the longest amount of work done in a single day of competition, but this is for sure the longest day and most events done in a single day of competition.
Now on to lap 18. 3 laps remain in this opening heat for the women. First of 2 heats here in event number 6. I believe that's Wilkinson out front now of Kerstetter.
And they've done the majority of the work this entire time for this group of 6.
Just passing the 18-minute mark. The leading pack rounding out that top corner.
Lead pack just coming out of that 3rd turn.
And the last 2 or 3 of this lead pack of 6 haven't done anything other than just ride the work done by Bjornsdotter, Kerstetter, and Wilkinson.
We are on to lap 19, the penultimate lap here of this opening heat. And Olivia Kerstetter's back out front. Lucy McGonigal is up there with Ella Wilkinson, and now that pack is starting to get out of that single line formation as riders look to make a move towards the front.
What you don't want to do is you don't want to be on the inside and get jammed up and stuck in there. You also have to look out for the other riders that you're lapping. It's usually the slowest one that gets in the way, and I think we might have our first breakaway.
Olivia Kerstetter is,
that might have been
behind McGonigal, I think. McGonigal is in front. Now Kerstetter
might be Kerstetter
moving back into the front. And this is the 20th and final lap. Kerstetter really starting to open it up here.
Maybe a little too soon.
McGonigal, I think, behind her.
I think McGonigal's in the pink. She was that last rider of the group that was just sitting pretty for 19 laps at Kerstetter. It might be Wilkinson that's back on her tail as they come into the final turn.
Olivia Kerstetter in the lead here. Final turn in a straightaway.
Oh!
McGonigal on the outside trying to put some pressure on Kerstetter. And they are even. Here comes McGonigal, who has spent a lot of time drafting off the lead. And McGonigal is through for the heat win just ahead of Kerstetter.
Some of our athletes crossing the finish line. Others have a few more laps to go. Either way, let's cheer on our remaining athletes.
Great push from, we believe, Lucy McGonigal at the end there to overtake Olivia Kerstetter. And as you thought, on the final lap is where things really started to separate a little bit.
That's a long time to make your move in an entire lap. That's a minute of time, and not always the first breakaway ends up being the last. You look at sprinting when it comes down to cycling in general, and you want to find that sweet spot, that right time, and I think that right time is to make a little move on the first turn, maintain your speed on the straightaway, but once you hit that last turn, that's really when you want to make your best and biggest move.
Oh, that wasn't McGonigal, that was Maya. That's where
Sierra Maya.
Numbers on helmets always come in handy, but Sierra Maya, McGonigal was up there in that lead pack, is going to take the heat. We'll wait on her unofficial time.
And wasn't really any point where she had moved in the front of that lead pack and just hung back and just used that draft, bided her time, and when the time was right, she struck at the perfect time.
Sierra Maya, I apologize to her for misidentifying her. Second appearance at the CrossFit Games, took 26th last year. Her best event finish is third place. So putting herself in position to possibly match that here as more women are finishing up this opening heat.
Let's keep that noise going. We have one more athlete looking to cross the line.
2031 unofficially for Sierra Maya. He was the first Albanian athlete to compete at the CrossFit Games.
I think there's a lot of questions last year about, she kind of came out of nowhere for the 2025 games. But making it back this year, so back-to-back appearances, and see if she can fare a little bit better this year than she did last year.
And Hannah Black is now across. And with that, we should be done with this opening heat. So Sierra Maya sets the top time at 20 minutes, 31 seconds. One heat remains here for the women, and Maya was biding her time towards the back of that lead pack
Yeah.
and then was able to have enough left in the tank to overtake Olivia Kerstetter.
And she did it at the right time. The final turn, Olivia tried to break away right at the start of the first lap, but after 19 minutes of hard biking with Olivia, Ella, and Jornsdottir doing most of the work for the lead pack, Sierra Mayhead just did her job, is just wait to that final turn. She was a lot fresher than Olivia was, and then sniped her at the end.
One heat down, one heat remains for the women here in event 6 of 7 on day 1. Action continues when we return to the 2026 CrossFit Games. The bikes have been resized, the field has been reset, and we are ready for the second and final heat of Event 6 for the women at the 2026 CrossFit Games, live from the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Bella Martin is out there on the track. We are coming off Events 3, 4, and 5, the CrossFit Total. Kyra Milligan took the back squat with a lift at 370 pounds. Then Alex Gazan at 170 earns 50 points on the press. And it was Amy Kringle picking up her second event win of her career and the second of the competition with 425 pounds. From barbells to bicycles. It's a 20-lap race. It's CrossFit NASCAR. Go fast, turn left.
Left turn. Left turn. 20 laps around the oval track. All about a little over 400 meters per. I'm trying to find out who is the fastest biker in the field. We've already had one heat to go. This is our second and final one left.
Air National Guard mission brief.
We got to break away early, but you want to break away with the pack. That sweet spot is about 3 or 4 riders that can work together to get ahead of the chasing field. And while you do that, work smarter, not harder. Draft, pull, get over the finish line.
Anytime you're riding a bike, eyewear is important. And for more on that, let's bring in Bella Martin.
We've just seen the first heat of the women, and some of the athletes had a secret weapon in their hands. Zenny gave all athletes a pair of sunglasses. Not only are these sunglasses cool looking as they're on the bike, but they also reflect light so the athletes can see the course. They can see clearly. The dust from this dry grass won't get into their eyes, because athletes shouldn't have to choose between competing hard and seeing clearly on the field. It's hot, it's sunny, so these athletes, if they're wearing Zenny, they've got a little bit of a secret.
Second and final heat underway, and we start with the run to the bikes. 20 minutes, 31 seconds unofficially, the top time from Surya Meha in heat number 1.
A little bit of a wild, shaky start, but you want to get out early and you want to get out clean and just get on the bike and start getting into your rhythm. We'll see if any of these athletes were making some backhanded deals to try to get a small group ahead to work together to try to get the fastest collective group around the track 19 times, ready for that final push at the end.
Opening lap, 20 in total. Of course, about 500 meters in length, give or take.
Yeah, distances in CrossFit competitions always an ish, albeit the run, the swim, or a bike. We know there's 20 total laps.
Schedules and distances constantly vary.
That time of 20:31. We said in the first heat that every lap they got a little bit faster. The slowest lap will obviously be the first one based off the clock because of the run to the bike. But 20:31, I mean, you're looking at 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Holly Tynan is out front early with Lucy McGonigal and Ellie Turner.
A little bit of a slower pace from the start. So the challenges in Heat 1 was you could just be at the mercy of a slow pack with nobody willing to race. Now that there's a time to beat, these athletes should know the pace they need to go to try to beat that 20:31 time.
Prescription glasses, blue light lenses, sunglasses. Zenny Optical has affordable eyewear for every moment. Use code CrossFit for 15% off at zennyoptical.com. Closing out lap number 2 of 20. 20:31 unofficially. Again, the time to beat from Surya Meha. And things are already much more tightly packed here in Heat 2 than they were in Heat 1 at this point. I know it's early.
get 20:31 for 20 laps. It's so close. So just over a minute per lap is the average pace. Maybe 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, but the last heat got faster and faster, and those last few laps were well under a minute, but you don't want to leave too much time to try to make up towards the end, and this just feels like a slow start for this group.
Haley Adams and Amy Kringle up front, along with Lucy Campbell.
Well, someone just pulled ahead and talking to Haley as she passed, she's like, hey, we need to speed this up. I mean, they're already off pace by about 20 seconds, and they're only 3 laps in.
That was Amy Kringle who was talking to Haley Adams.
Well, Amy's definitely one of those athletes. Obviously, we saw what she did on the run. We've seen her prowess in more of these aerobic events, and it looks like Amy is not even going to bother with the pack. And that's the unfortunate thing. I was talking earlier. I said it a lot only because it's true, and this is the way you need to win bike races, that you need to find a group to break away with and work together. But if nobody's going to work with you, you're sacrificing 15 spots potentially, because this heat refuses to bike hard from the beginning and work together. So Amy Kringle is really just forced to do what she needs to do, who's not in a first place position but close, is now she's basically going to have to work by herself unless there's a couple of girls that are going to get up there with her, because if they work in a group of 3 to 4, they'll go so much faster together than they will separately.
Emma Lawson is in 4th place. It's Kringle out front. Behind her, Haley Adams, Lucy Campbell, and Emma Lawson.
Emma Lawson, last time we had a bike event at the CrossFit Games, it was more laps for time, and she, in her rookie year, basically just went out there by herself and biked her heart out and won the event. But there may be a little PTSD from the feeling of that as it went through, because, I mean, Lawson's a very good biker based on what we saw her in her Games debut as a rookie.
The top 4 right now: Amy Kringle, Haley Adams, Lucy Campbell, and Emma Lawson. This is lap 6 of 20, and Amy Kringle continues to put more and more distance between herself and the rest of this heat, trying to chase down Saria Meja's top time of 20 minutes 31 seconds.
She made that pass, I think it was after about lap 2 or 3. You saw
early.
her going by Haley, and you can see she was saying something about, we need to get this moving.
Into lap 7 of 20, and Amy Kringle has had a great day 1. Already has 2 event wins, the first 2 of her career here at the CrossFit Games, and she can keep this up. Might be able to pick up event win number 3, and we still have another event to go this evening.
Looks like
this is between Amy Kringle and Maddie Sturt, 3rd and 4th place in the overall standings.
She might be getting some help finally. This is what
the pack
needs,
behind Kringle. As we move into lap 8 of 20.
Pace has definitely picked up since Kringle decided to go out on her own.
I think these are riders that
saw a little change. So 3 athletes working together, and what you want to see is that distance between the bikes, about 10 to 14 inches right? You think about a foot to no more than a foot and a half between bikes to maximize that drag. And then the top athlete go to the back and let the next athlete in line. You just do this little circle run all you can, as long as you can, around the track.
So into lap 9, it's Emma Lawson who leads Lucy Campbell. Now Amy Kringle is back in third. So Lawson and Campbell have caught up with Kringle, and the three of them working together here as we approach the halfway point of the race.
And there's another transition. These three girls are working together beautifully around this grass track. You might want to close the gap a little bit there. That's a little bit too much. You're not going to benefit from the drag as much with that much space in between.
There's been a crash on the track. Now the race will keep going as long as that crash is not going to impede the progress of the riders. There are pit stops on each long end of the track where if the athlete has a mechanical problem with her bike, she can take it to that tent, get it replaced or fixed, and then get back on the track. Ariel Lowen, we're being told, was part of that dust-up along with Erica Folo. The race is continuing. Kringle back in front of Lawson and Campbell.
We got to close that gap just a little bit more. Kringle, Lawson, Lucy in that order.
We are now halfway through, so into lap 11 of 20. 20:31 is the top time. So these women are ahead of that pace from Saria Meha in Heat 1.
Almost lapping the field because of the way they're working together. So they were almost 20 seconds off pace in the first 3 laps. Now nearly 20 seconds below pace by the way they're working. So you'll see it'll look like one athlete will take about half the track to pull from the front, and then they're making these rotations going into the next straightaway. So they're all working for about half the lap while you almost get a full lap of rest. And that's what you want. That's what's the nice thing about having a bigger group in the pack where you're trying to work together. Now, once you get to that last lap, all bets are off, but work together, get yourself a top 3 position nearly guaranteed because of the speed you're using and working together around the track. And then once you get to that last lap, I'm sure they're all talking together as little as possible, but as much as they need to get to that final lap and get there as fast as they can.
Well, Haley Adams is the woman who is in 4th place in that pack. As we're on to lap 12.
Lawson's taking the lead. Now Lucy's making the move. It's really nice to see the way these three are working together.
Now remember the prior heat.
I think the 4th person is a lap behind. It looks like they try to stay with them. I don't think that's Haley.
We do know the top 3. Kringle, Campbell, and Lawson. Haley is in 4th place, we're being told. And that's kind of where Mayo was hanging out in Heat 1. Didn't really take a turn at the front until that final lap. Lap 13 of 20. It's Lucy Campbell out front as Amy Kringle is going to take her turn leading the way.
I love that. This is the way it's done. So Lucy will get in the back. I wonder if they're don't even know that Haley's caught up to this group that can be a 4th member of it, but it looks like Haley's already fallen off the pace a bit. So look, these three are working beautifully together. They're taking a half a lap turn, about 30 seconds at most of a rotation at the front. Now, the faster you go, the more benefit you're going to get from this drafting on the bike. So if they're working together, it can save you upwards to, at this speed, probably 30% of your effort you get to conserve when you're in the back of the 3. So if you just take a pull for about 30 seconds, you're going to get a minute off. And it's, I mean, there's maintaining that speed really well.
They're lapping more athletes as that lead pack.
And they're doing their turns, or they're taking their turn in rotations on the turns. And I do enjoy that, because then it gives you a nice, clean, full straightaway to maximize your speed, where traditionally in the turns, you're going to be moving a little bit slower. So make the turn.
Oh, we got another wreck.
Jeez.
Hopefully everyone's okay. Now, again, the race will continue as long as the riders are okay and that crash can be avoided.
So Lucy's leading the pack with Amy and then Emma Lawson back on her wheel. And we'll see if Lucy moves out on the turn and Kringle comes in. And what it really should be is the front person should just get out of the way. It's not the second person's job to pass. It's the first person's job to just get out of the way. So what Lucy should do is move off to the right. Right, move up to the right and then have the inside take. Right, you see Lucy telling Amy to get inside.
Danielle Brandon, we do know, is involved in that crash. But that has been cleared. Riders are back on their bikes. It looks like everyone is okay.
Well, and if you look at the track, it's mostly grass except on the turns where there's a lot of sand. And if you're trying to hold the inside line on sand, that's probably the worst spot you could be into a turn, especially if you're trying to pass. You want some grass to get some traction.
Kringle back out in front, followed by Lawson and Campbell. And we believe that's Haley Adams in fourth.
There's a fourth person in tow.
Haley Adams no longer with that lead pack.
Yeah, that's not Haley.
Could be Ellie Turner. It's Aileen Wurz, we're being told. Aileen Wurz is in the green.
Wurz, who's sitting, I think it was at least a top 3 position going into the total. Good first event, great second event.
She's dropped down to 20th after the total, unofficially.
Should see another rotation here on the turn. Lawson's pulling the group. So Lawson should break off. Move to the right. Let Campbell ride through and just slowly work your way to the back of the pack and make sure you just stay on that back wheel of that person in front. There you see the pass, yeah. Nice,
Lawson,
nicely done.
Followed by Lucy Campbell, Amy Kringle, and Aileen Wurz. Those are your top 4.
Now here's the thing, this is the first time we've had a fourth person, and Emma Lawson is not, wasn't really sure if Wirtz is a part of the group. So this is the first time, and you can see Lawson really isn't giving position to Wirtz because she hasn't been a part of this group for the last 15 laps.
We are on lap 18 of 20, time to beat 20 minutes 31 seconds from Sarah Meha, pardon me, who didn't lead until the very end.
Yeah, look, if if nobody's going to make you ride in the front and they're just going to let you ride the pack, by all means do it.
The average speed right now for that lead pack, about 18 miles per hour.
I mean, that's a good speed. If you want to get the most drag possible, 20 plus miles an hour is where you're going to get the most benefit. Anything above that is exponentially better. But right around there, you're still getting a massive benefit of drafting off. But you still got to stay close. Again, less than about 18 inches, less than 2 feet between you and the person in front of you.
We are into lap 19 at 20.
Now the question is, have we had this discussion? It looks like Wirtz is making a move on the outside.
We're starting to make a move on the outside. Getting close to Lucy Campbell there. Kringle leads.
And the problem with her being on the outside is now she's trapping Lawson on the inside, and Lawson can't move as she moves in front of her. But this is one more person to the group.
Kringle, Campbell, Wirtz, Lawson. Kringle's coming up on some of the riders lagging behind here onto the 20th and final lap.
And we saw Olivia in Heat 1 make a move really early. And it looks like Amy might be trying to make that move herself.
Kringle those are riders who are being lapped by Kringle, who is now all by herself in front. She has really opened things up here. Campbell, Wirtz, and Lawson are in that pack.
It's almost like she used the riders they were catching as a bit of a screen for her to swing out wide and make a move.
What a day one for Amy Kringle, looking to pick up her 3rd event win of this opening day and possibly put herself in the overall lead going into event 7. Amy Kringle, 19:10 unofficially, smashes the top time by more than a minute.
Wow. They had started so slow, and then Kringle had had enough. And it's the only reason anyone in this heat beat the time to beat.
Amy Kringle says, fine, I'll do it myself. And picks up her 3rd event win of this Wednesday. She came in overall in 3rd place.
It just not to belabor this, but it shows you the power of working in a group. After 3 laps, they were 20 seconds off pace. Kringle had enough. So then her, Lawson, and Campbell worked together for the next 15 laps, and she beat the time to beat by over a minute. They made up 90 seconds in 15 laps because they worked together.
Amy Kringle, who is making her 4th career appearance at the CrossFit Games, now has 3 event wins already on day number 1. I'm still waiting for the rest of the field to finish up, and that's how far ahead Amy Kringle was. I think she may have lapped some people twice.
Well, she's doing it again on her cooldown lap. Every guy should be watching what those 3 did. That was textbook how you do it. And Wirtz coming in at the end too. 4 might be your sweet spot, and the only reason why you would want a little bit more, and that's just trusting everybody work together, you have to pull from the front less. Mm-hmm. It's a lot easier to pull from the front at a high rate of speed for 10 to 15 seconds and to just float to the back and chill. But these girls had a great strategy. It looked every turn, a new girl would lead, fall back to the pack, and hang tight. Half a lap on, full lap off. Went from 20 seconds down to a minute and 10 seconds ahead. I mean, a 90-second swing because Amy Kringle had had enough of the slow pace. That's crazy.
Won the trail run, won the deadlift, and now has won event number 6. And there's a good chance he's your overall leader going into the final event of the day. You know, and as you mentioned, Chase, early on, I think it was lap 2, she passed, I think it was Haley Adams.
Oh.
And said, we gotta go here.
Yeah.
There's the crash that involved Danielle Brandon and a couple other riders. We're being told they are okay.
Man, and the speed at which Kringle took off on, I mean, we saw Olivia try to do it and couldn't hang on. But the speed at which Amy went off and didn't look back, was incredible. But yeah, you go back to maybe the end of lap 2, probably not lap 3, and you can see Amy pass Haley, barking at her to like, let's get the group going. We are so far behind already. And then, like you said, she just did it herself.
Well, there's a big clock out there that all the riders can see, so they are aware of some pacing. So not sure if Kringle was able to just go off field knowing that the speed was too slow there, or if she had some intel from the clock. 19:10.78 seconds. Lawson and Campbell separated by 1/100th. Put a pin in that one. Eileen Wurz will take 4th place in the heat, followed by Haley Adams, Maddie Sturt, and Ellie Turner.
Ellie Turner, man, welcome back, girl. Having herself a day.
The women are done. We'll turn things over to the men. Action continues at the 2026 CrossFit Games when we return. It's a beautiful day for a bike ride. We are live at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California for event 6 of 7 on day 1 of the 2026 CrossFit Games. 20 events in total before we crown the fittest on earth. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is out there keeping tabs on things on the track. Grab a bike, ride 20 laps as fast as you can, and just turn left.
I say grab a bike, ride 20 laps, but grab a couple buddies on your way out there, because it's not an event you're going to be able to navigate on your own and consider your opportunities to be successful.
20 laps around this 500-meter-ish course. Mission brief for this one.
The same thing we saw on the women's side in the Heat 2 between Amy Kringle, Lucy Campbell, and Emma Lawson worked beautifully, is get a breakaway pack. 3 or 4 riders that you can trust to do the work together, and get yourself around the track as fast as you can. And then work smarter, not harder, meaning the drafting style of 10 to 15 second lead rider, fall off to the back, next man up, next man up, next man up. Work together 19 laps. And then after the gentleman's agreement is over, it's a free-for-all to the finish line.
The first of 2 heats for the men. There'll be 15 athletes on the field for this one, 15 athletes on the field for the second heat. And they'll have about a 30-yard run to their bikes before they get started here. Now, Pat Vellner is in this heat. And if you know about Pat's history,
stay away from him. Stay away from Pat Vellner on the bike course.
Whatever bike he has, let's hope that the structural integrity of that thing holds up throughout these 20 laps. Here are your lane assignments for this opening heat. Vellner coming off an event win in the deadlift, part of the CrossFit Total earlier today here at the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex.
Little sprint to the bikes to start things off.
The higher seated athletes in the standings are towards the inside. So there is a little bit of an advantage that is being given to the men who are higher up in the standings here.
When you see those bikes on the outside, you have to make a quick move to the inside because that track narrows greatly. Saw a couple crashes on the women's side in heat number 2, mostly on the turns. You saw that aerial view, and we'll see it again here in a second, is but the inside turn, it's just getting worn out. And now it's nothing but sand and loose soil. You got to steer clear of that if you don't want to fall off the bike.
Heat 1 is underway. Good start from Victor Hoffer. $20 total laps. First of 2 heats for the men. 100 points to the winner of this event.
Different than most bike races we've had in the past. We've had the crit race, which was a road bike race that had several turns, a couple up and downs, but it was on a nice, I would say, just paved course, but also a mass start course. There wasn't multiple heats between the men in each division, but we've seen cyclocross where you had obstacles and turns and up and down. We've had racing in North Park where there's lots of turns and a lot of craziness and a lot more skill involved being on the bike. Here, just 20 laps, 40 lefts. And just see who the fastest biker is. You can see someone's already having an issue on their bike.
Is that Pat Vellner? Did I jinx it?
You can't jinx what's already going to happen.
I mean,
you know, that's
remember, there are pit stops. You mentioned this for the women. There are pit stops at the long end of the track. If you have a mechanical issue with your bike, you can take it to one of those tents. You can't go against traffic to do it, though. And you can get it fixed, or you can get a new bike and get back out on the track. And it is Pat Vellner. It does look like there's another bike issue for Pat Vellner.
Sometimes a chain will pop and just come off its track or get stuck, and that's what it looks like. And that's
Vellner's
tough. That's tough, especially when
back to work here.
It's more just a mechanical failure. The last time Pat had a bike malfunction, that was actually more on him, riding into another rider during the crit race, but this is a bit different.
Your top three are Luis Cuellar, Victor Hoffer, and Ben Fowler. And then you can see the motion from the lead rider. Looked like he was telling, Cuellar was telling, I think that's Fowler to pass.
You can't assume people are, we saw this in the first heat of women, and nobody really had a game plan coming in, and that's on coaches, man. I'm going to throw that out there right now. It's not on the athletes. This job is to just do what you tell them to do. And if coaches aren't getting together in the back and picking 2 to 3 people that they can trust to work together and make a plan for their athlete, like, that's a coaching issue.
Into lap 3 here.
As we've all seen as coaches in the affiliate, is that you actually told the athletes to do that, and then they forgot everything that you told them once they walked away.
It wouldn't be the first time
It would not
something
be
like
the
that happened.
first.
Aniola Kai has worked his way up towards the front of the pack as well here. Early stages of this opening heat for the men, the first of 2. Kai sits in second place behind Luis Cuellar out of Spain, making his first appearance here at the CrossFit Games. It looks like a Kai is moving into the front.
And have 2 athletes starting to try to pull away. It looks like a third is coming up just behind them.
Two athletes from Spain in front working together.
Now it is a virtual who's who, almost too close to call. A couple more athletes making their way onto that first place position. And going high, holding on strong to that lead. But it is Magda.
On to lap number 6 of 20.
Fast start. First 5 laps, about 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Still, no one's really separated themselves.
So average speed for the lead pack about 19 miles per hour right now, as Tudor Magda is up towards the front as well. Top 6 athletes here are tracking data from Blackholm. Kellyanne Souza, Magda's up there, Fowler, Hoffer. Six laps now, down 7. Lap 7, we're on 20 total here. This is start lap 7 for these riders. It's Fowler, Cuellar, and Magda, your top 3 here into lap number 7.
Was a solid group, about 8. And a little break with those top 3. The 4th trying to keep on that back wheel.
It's like Magda has moved himself out front.
I'll say every time Tudor has got to the front, he has really put on some speed for that group. And he's done it in a good time frame. It looks like he'll sit up there about 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, pedal as hard as he can, and now he just moved behind 1 spot. Because looks like these top 4 guys, 3 to 4, are working together decently well. But part of the trust is that you have the guy that goes in front. You hope that he would step up and push the pace down. It's a much different pace that Tudor sets once he gets in front, because once Tudor gets in front, you can see him. He lowers his head, drops his chest, and he really starts pushing into the pedals, and then there's separation for the field. But whoever's in front now is not doing a good job of pulling the pack.
I believe that's Luis Cuellar.
Now, unfortunately for him, he's also been in the front for a while, and he needs some more help. You can't just have 2 guys pulling 8. Every guy in there needs to take a turn for about 10 to 15 seconds, hammer on those pedals, and let the other ones ride them out.
So Magda's also wearing red. So it's Ben Fowler, Luis Cuellar, and Tudor Magda.
Yeah, so when Fowler gets in front, you can see the much different cadence that he'll put down on the pedals, and that's Tudor behind him. So when those 2 guys get in the front, they're pulling out a lot of work. And look, that's the difference. As soon as Fowler gets in front, the pack separates, which means he's pushing the pace like he should. Once you get to the front of the pack, it's not, oh, I'm in front, I just keep my pace. You get in front and you push the pace so that you can rest on the backside of it.
Ben Fowler is one of the bigger guys in the field. He's 5'10", 183, so that's definitely a frame you want to get behind if you're trying to draft off somebody, which is probably why he's trying to make himself as small as possible when he is in front.
And that's part of the aerodynamics that you're trying to utilize in this position, is a little bit lower, a little bit less air resistance over the top of you. Also why you want to tuck in close once your shift is over behind the back wheel of the person in front of you.
Another lap down here. We approach the halfway point of this opening heat. 20 total laps. We are past the halfway point. We're on lap 12 now. It's Tudor Magda, Ben Fowler, and Luis Cuellar, your top 3 men still here in this opening heat.
These top 3 guys are doing a very good job of pushing the pace every time it's their turn to lead in the front, and they've separated themselves from the other 5.
Into lap 13 of 20. It's still Magda, Cuellar, and Fowler.
These 3 have found a nice rhythm. Fowler's done some good work. He's the lead biker in the blue.
And Magda is wearing the red without the sleeves. Fowler leads the way through lap 13. Here on the final turn. Cuellar will take over the front position.
Looked like he took a whole lap for himself, and then he rotated a second position. Usually in a group of 3, you'd rotate to the back position, give yourself a little bit more time to rest, get back in that slipstream of the bikers in front of you, take some pressure off you for another lap or 2.
And Callian Souza is the 4th man in that group. And we believe he is on the lead pace. I'm not sure if he was a rider who got lapped or not. But given how he's hanging with these leaders, it looks like he is on the pace.
Souza had a great year last year at the games. A couple of top 5 finishes for him throughout the weekend.
You are Pat Vellner, who had a mechanical issue with his bike, and Reyes have both been lapped. Lap 15 of 20, the leaders into the 3rd turn. It's Luis Cuellar who is in the lead right now with 5 laps remaining. Callian Souza without a shirt. One way to reduce drag.
Yeah, absolutely. This grass, have you ever heard of slip? It's not going to be that bad.
Souza will move aside.
And Fowler.
Fowler was going to take the lead, but now it is Magda who's going to take his turn in front. Magda is in the red top without the sleeve.
Yeah, well, Fowler's done enough. The thing that Fowler needs to do is he needs to go to the back. He keeps going one biker behind every time he takes a break from his lead shift.
This is the final turn into lap 17 of 20.
Looks like they're starting to shorten up those rotations. It looked like maybe half a track or half a lap, even a full lap, what they were doing earlier. Now maybe a quarter or a third of a lap, which is better because you can have a bit more intensity for a shorter amount of time. You don't want to sit there and just lead the pack for a minute flat and just get more fatigued and slower as you do that. You want to keep that intensity high. If you dip off that pace, just get out of the way.
Final 2 turns here on lap 17. Top 4 men: Luis Cuellar, Tudor Magda, Ben Fowler, and Callian Souza. Three laps remain. Tudor Magda out front now.
Ooh, Fowler might be.
Fowler's falling back a little bit, unless that's somebody else in the back there. I think Fowler is still up there. I think he's in 3rd place right now. Goes Magda, Cuellar, Fowler, your top 3.
Looks like a guy they've lapped is trying to stick with them. It might be Guy. That's going to get in the way of this group of 4.
On your left. Two laps left here.
All right, it's going to start to get fun here in about a lap.
Luis Cuellar, who is in the lead.
It's like Souza lost touch with the pack, getting tied up with Guy.
Galli and Souza trying to get past Majeros. The top three now separated them. Magda, Fowler, Cuellar.
Oh, Souza caught up.
Final turn to start the 20th and final lap of this opening heat.
So
now they're starting to open things up.
Two different breakaways on the women's two heats. Olivia went early on the first lap and couldn't hang on and may have passed the end. Kringle went early and just blew the doors off the other two girls she was riding with.
It's Tudor Magda who's in the lead. Luis Cuellar currently sits in third place. He's in the blue top, trying to make a move on Magda on the outside. Fowler's behind him. Magda falling back into third place as Cuellar is breaking away. He's getting some help on the inside from some of those lap riders, and Luis Cuellar is in and will take the heat. 18 minutes, 27 seconds unofficially. Great push from the top three to close that thing out. And it's Luis Cuellar who's going to take the heat win in his first appearance at the CrossFit Games.
The only thing you want to see in the second heat is a group of guys that get together and do that same thing sooner. I feel like that lead pack didn't really materialize until at least 5 or 6 laps into the race.
More men starting to finish up. As we have one heat remaining for the win. 18 minutes, 27 seconds, unofficially the top time. There's Pat Vellner coming across. Vellner, who, I honestly can't believe I'm saying this again, a mechanical issue with his bike early on. There's Ben Fowler making his debut individual appearance at the CrossFit Games. He was here as a member of that CrossFit Selwyn team back in 2022. That squad finished 6th.
And see that coming into that final turn. These guys all work together, and this is what you want. You want that race to the finish. You want to work together for 19 and a half laps, but looked like Luis, who really did a lot of leg work the entire time, at least got the payoff at the end. A little bit different than we saw on the first heat of the women's side. So, listen, you put in the work, you deserve the reward. Good job by Luis to get that heat win.
18 minutes, 27 seconds unofficially for Luis Cuellar, the CrossFit Games rookie. And he will wait and see if that time will hold up with one heat remaining for the men here in event 6 of 7 that we will have for you on this opening day of the 2026 CrossFit Games. Heat 2 coming up next. We are set for the second and final heat for the men in event number 6 from the Morgan Hill Outdoor Sports Complex in Morgan Hill, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on this opening day of competition of the 2026 CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is out there on the competition field, keeping us updated on what's going on with the athletes. The bikes are out. 20 laps around this 500-meter course.
I think the event description should just be called Hard Left. It's got 20 laps in this oval on the grass and sand. As this is our last heat, this is the last chance we can see these athletes work together in unison in these little packs to get around the track as fast as they can.
Air National Guard mission brief definitely has something to do with teamwork.
Absolutely, Sean. Teamwork for 19 laps and then go chase your dreams for one. Work together, work smarter, not harder, meaning take some turns, pulling in the front of the pack, getting in the back and taking some rest. 3 to 4 people is all you need. We saw it work for the women. Let's see if it can work for the men.
Final heat is underway, and we start with that about 30-yard sprint to the bikes. The time to beat for the men is 18 minutes, 27 seconds unofficially from Luis Cuellar from heat number 1. Expect to see Ricky Garrard do very well in this event.
Ricky's got a history of success on the bike. I think every bike event he's been on, he's won it.
He's out front already with Jay Crouch.
No surprise there. We talked about that earlier, is having some of these camp buddies, some of these training partners, if they're in the same heat, to work together. We say it a lot because it's true, and that it can massively affect your ability to be successful out here. Won't see too much separation in the first 2 or 3 laps, but after that, like to see a couple of packs of 3 to 4. 2 can work, but if you can get 3 or 4 guys that you can trust to pull their weight and pull the pack, 10 to 15 seconds on, take another minute off, you can really separate yourself from everybody else if you can find a good group to get into the front with.
Jeff Adler is up there with Ricky Garrard and Jay Crouch, as Crouch is leading the way right now. Garrard sits in second place, Adler in third. You're on lap number 2 of 20.
Justin Medeiros and Jeff Adler are the only 2 athletes that have bike experience out here on the field at Morgan Hill, because they did the bike rope climb event back in 2020, where Adler was actually leading most of the way into the final round, where Matt Fraser passed him on the final legless rope climb.
Prescription glasses, blue light lenses, sunglasses. Zenni Optical has affordable eyewear for every moment. Use code CrossFit for 15% off at zennioptical.com. Into lap number 3. Looks like Jeff Adler now out front.
Yeah, that second to last turn coming into the second lap, Adler really pushed himself ahead of the field.
And Jeff Adler coming in 11th place overall. He's just 2 points back of Roman Krennikov for a spot inside the top 10.
Still have one event left this evening. We don't know what it is going to be yet.
Leaders averaging 18 miles per hour right now. It's slightly slower than the pace that was set by the leaders in heat number 1.
See the lead group of Adler, Jay, and Ricky. Nice little barrel roll coming into the first turn of the third lap.
James Sprague has moved out front with Jeff Adler. Getting set to close out lap number 4.
Jay and Ricky a little bit behind the lead 2. Now they're getting on the back wheel of Sprague.
Ricky Garrard, Jay Crouch. More tightly packed here than the prior heat, but it's Sprague and Adler who are starting to separate themselves, not by much, from that group behind them. And
2 can make it work, but it looks like they didn't want to do that.
Yeah, they're slowing down,
really,
waiting for Crouch and Garrard.
Really slowed down in that turn. Wow. And sometimes that's what you'll see. I mean, you see it a lot in bike racing all the time. Someone might test a breakaway. Is anybody going to come with me and help me? And if no breakaway singular with a single rider really pays off in the end. Now, it's much shorter than, say, a couple 100-mile bike race that we'll see in something like the Tour de France or something like that. But you'll see athletes that'll test little breakaways, maybe 2 or 3 come with them. Then you can really make it work. But you won't be able to do a breakaway by yourself. And unfortunately, you're at the mercy of the pack. If nobody wants to go with you, it'll be really hard to sustain that effort solo, even with 2 people. You want at least 3 in a breakaway group to really make it work. We saw that happening with the win with Amy Kringle, Lucy Campbell, and Emma Lawson.
Jason Hopper has moved out front along with Ricky Garrard and Moritz Fiebig as we are a quarter of the way through this second heat. 20 total laps. We're on lap 6 of 20.
Still feels like a really slow start. And another test. Possible breakaway.
They are off the lead pace right now that was set by Luis Cuellar in heat 1. 1827.
All right, as it stands now, they might be doing a minute a lap, and that is not going to cut it. At that pace, they're going to be 90 seconds behind by the time they get to the finish.
Ricky Garrard back in front. Moritz Fiebig is trying to open it up here. Fiebig is by himself in the lead. See Moritz Fiebig from our Black-owned data. You can scan that QR code on the right side of your screen and follow along. Kind of what we saw with Amy Kringle earlier. Moritz Fiebig trying to push the pace, and now the field is catching up with the big German. Starting lap 8 of 20.
Still a little off the pace that we saw in Heat 1. But again, in Heat 1, we had about 3 or 4 riders really working together to get away from the pack. And it seems like every effort that one guy makes, nobody really goes with him and ends up falling back to this chase pack.
James Sprague now out front.
Might be 2 guys going with him. This could work if they push the pace and just try to get a little bit of distance between them and the chase riders.
I think it's Fiebig and Crouch who are right behind Sprague. So now average speed for the leader 17 miles per hour, and as you mentioned, that's just not going to cut it.
I mean, there is time still as we're, finishing 8? They're about 20 seconds off the pace, maybe a little bit more from that first heat. And it seems like every effort that gets put up, then they just don't go. I mean, this is really poor. I'm not saying there's teamwork in an individual competition, but like how many times do you need to see something work before you realize that you got to make it happen as a group?
Sprague going way out wide as he surrenders the lead back to Fiebig. Still really tightly packed. There's Justin Medeiros as part of that group as well. And Roman Krennikov is moving up towards the front. So almost halfway to Cuellar's top time in the upper left-hand part of your screen. And at last check, the average speed for this group was well behind the pace from Cuellar's. Roman Krennikov followed by Dallin Pepper, your top two. We are now into the back half of the race. This is lap 11 of 20.
They've closed the gap a bit on those last two laps. If it stood now, they're about an 18:40 if you just repeated what they just did for the first 10.
Well, now the average speed has increased to 20 miles per hour. So it's Krennikov, Pepper, and Ricky Garrard, your top three, looking to push the pace here in the back half of the race. Closing out lap number 11 of 20.
So as disjointed as the first 10 laps were, with no one really taking the lead, the pace was super slow. They have definitely increased that. So they are, I mean, with only 10 laps to go, with as rough as the first half was, they are still in a seemingly a decent opportunity if they can get it together these last 9 laps to get that time to beat. And it looks like now we're starting to see some guys crank up the pace a bit.
Well, Dallin Pepper in the light blue top, he's your leader. The rider in the dark blue is getting lapped. Behind him is Ricky Garrard, and Roman Krennikov sits in third. Lap 12 of 20. Now Garrard moves into the lead ahead of Pepper. Krennikov remains in third. Crouch is there in fourth place.
Pepper needs to have a good race. He's about 37 points out of the lead from Jay Crouch. Jay Crouch sitting at 262. Pepper down in 6th place at 225, with Medeiros 1 point behind him in 7th. In between, you got Sprague's, Garrard. Now, Mertens and Hatfield, we haven't really seen anything from them so far. So this is a big opportunity for Pepper. If he can get 100 points going into the final event into tonight, that'll be a good way to set him up for the rest of the weekend.
Pepper currently sitting in 4th place. He's in that light blue top. Ricky Garrard is your leader, followed by Krennikov and Crouch.
Krennikov sitting in 10th overall. He needs to get some points back. He's over 70 points out of a first place position. And another 50 plus points out of a podium position. We have a long way to go over the course of the weekend.
Into lap 14 of 20. Pace is going to have to pick up here if they want a chance to track down Luis Cuellar's top time of 18 minutes 27 seconds.
Jay just doing everything he needs to do to keep that top position. He's got a 16-point cushion on James Sprague, who's 16 points back in second. He's got 20 points on Ricky Garrard for third overall. The pace they're on is decent relative to the top times of the first heat. And if they can maintain this for a couple more laps, we may see the fastest time coming out of the second heat.
Dallin Pepper, Jay Crouch, and Roman Krennikov still towards the front. Looks like Garrard is still your leader. That might be Jay Crouch who's out front right now. We are in lap 15 of 20. Now that lead pack's got to get around that one rider there in the light blue shirt. That is Jay Crouch who's in the lead, followed by Roman. Now Roman Krennikov moving towards the front with Ricky Garrard. Dallin Pepper still in 4th place.
So it seems like a small rotation of guys in a big pack that are willing to put themselves in the front. You can see Jay looking around to see if anybody else is going to lead.
Lap 16 of 20. 4.5 minutes to go before we hit Luis Cuellar's top time. Coming out of the final turn here in lap 16, it's Krennikov moving to the front. Jay Crouch and Pepper still there. Going into lap 17, Krennikov, Gerard, and Pepper, your top three. Still very tightly packed here out front.
Roman's doing a lot of legwork for this pack. Ricky on his heels. By the way, we do notice the dancing cow.
We did know the cow. Yeah, we see the cow.
We see the cow.
Hard to miss. There's a dad joke in there somewhere that I could make, and I'm going to refrain from doing it.
Something with udders, probably.
That's a good one.
This is my dad, and it's probably a Full Metal Jacket reference that we won't get. Roman's still in front. Like I said, there's only 2 or 3 guys that are just willing to put themselves in the front, which is a tough place to be. I mean, it's moving well collectively, speed-wise, but they're not working well collectively.
On to lap 18 here. And it is really tightly packed.
That's going to get interesting on that final lap. Well, we got 8 or 9. Ooh, swung out wide.
We're only 2 minutes away from the top time, and we still have 2 laps remaining here. Krennikov, Gerard.
It's going to be close.
Leading the way.
2 minutes.
James
off.
Sprague is starting to move up along with Dallin Pepper. Lap 19 to 20.
They're going to have to really push the pace if they want to get that time. 18:27, so that's what, 50 to 55 seconds a lap they need to do.
I think that's James Sprague, who may have just made a move to put himself out front.
But again, you can't go too early too soon.
We still have a lap remaining. The final lap in 1 minute until we hit that top time.
Yeah, they're
James Sprague, Jason Hopper, Roman Krennikov, your top 3 right now.
They gotta, man, this is gonna have the fastest lap they have if they want to get the time.
The Sprague is trying to open things up. Jason Hopper behind him. It looks like Gerard might be the man making the move on the outside. It's either Gerard or Crouch.
You want to just try to get onto a wheel on this last straightaway, and then coming out of the final turn is when you want to try to make your last pass.
I think that's Ricky Gerard in the red shorts trying to make a move on Sprague. Here comes Dallin Pepper on the outside. Down the final stretch towards the finish. And it's anybody's guess at that point. And they are going to beat Cuellar's top time.
Man, that last lap was so incredibly fast.
And it looks like it's James Sprague who's going to come away with the win. But we'll have to check that officially, but it was close at the end. Moritz Fiebig was up there as well. I think Fiebig may have edged them out.
Yeah, I don't think it was James. It looked like someone in pink.
I think it was Fiebig who got the win ahead of Sprague. So Moritz Fiebig, who we hadn't talked about
since like the
first couple of laps.
Yeah. Well, he had tested the waters early to try to get some people to come with him, and then once he realized nobody really was, it looked like he just tucked himself back in the pack of that group of 8 that just kept swapping positions.
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's Fiebig. Moritz Fiebig is your winner, and he's going to take the event win. So Moritz Fiebig with a late push, kind of hanging out towards the back of the pack, of that lead pack, picks up the event win by about 10 seconds. It's his first career event win at the CrossFit Games. His prior best finish was 4th place. We still have some riders out on the course. And to quote Ron Burgundy, that escalated quickly.
Boy, that really got out of hand fast.
For most of that race, the leaders were behind the pace set in heat number 1.
I mean, they were well behind, and it looked like they caught up, and then it seemed like they were getting well ahead, and then it came down as that last lap needed to be somewhere below around 55 seconds, and that was not the pace they were on between lap 18 and 19. So these final riders trying to get in should be close to their last lap. That's the game within the game in the race. Jockeying for position, trying to lead up front. No one really took the reins. I think Roman did a lot of work for that group.
Well, Fiebig was the man who pushed the pace early. Was way out front, let the pack catch up.
And that was the problem. Like, one person would go, but nobody else would go with them, so they had no choice but to come back. The group started to speed up. I know James got out there a few times. Dallin got out there a few times.
But it was certainly close. There is Colton Mertens. Who's looking to close out his event. Mertens won 2 of the 3 lifts in the total and also set a record for the total. But this is the final lap, and it's Fiebig. He's in
James
the red
on
shirt
the
on the outside. Finds a slot there between Pepper and Sprague and gets across the finish line first. And this is how close it was. And let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Moritz, your first career CrossFit Games win, and what an event to get win number 1. A very exciting race. You were in the lead early, and then we didn't see a lot from you through the middle part of the race, and then at the end, you just put the hammer down. What was the chatter like among that lead group throughout the race?
Yeah, so it was a cycling event for sure, so it was teamwork. We worked together and spoke a lot during the race, and as you said, in the 8th round, it was my turn to go in front, but I pushed a bit too hard, so the others were 25 meters behind us. Wasn't too smart, but then I got back into the group and we worked again together. And in the end, it's always like just who has the most watts on the bike. So yeah, and Chris from Diablo CrossFit showed us how to do it. So thank you so much for all the tips, and thank you to my brother who learned me to ride the bike, and that was fun. Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, it was a team effort. I'm curious, when does that chatter start? Is that before the race begins, or it's all taking place during the race?
For the others, it was before it took place, like in the tent. And for me, it was at the start line. I asked Jay, who was in the first position. I was second next to him, and I said, "Hey Jay, do you have a team?" He was like, "Yeah." Didn't want to say. I was like, "Who is it?" He's like, "Roman, blah blah blah," and the others. And I said, "Okay, I'm going to join. I'm going to be right behind you." And yeah, it worked.
So what happens if there's a disagreement during that 20-lap race of who is going to push the pace or who's going to sit back?
The voices are getting more aggressive, I'd say. So, for example, Moritz go in front or to the side, but not as polite as I'm saying right now. So, yeah, it's a lot of communication there. And if someone's not doing what the leader says, then it's not going to be good. So you should do it.
Well, your voice may not have been the loudest, but your legs were definitely the strongest. Congratulations, 100 points in this event.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Moritz Feibig, first career event win at the CrossFit Games, picks up 100 points with a late charge. It was utter madness. Chase, there you go. One event remains here as we close out day one of the 2026 CrossFit Games.